Chapter 1294, Famous. Amazing. Truly amazing. Are all of Big Dipper's disciples so powerful? Exclamations echoed throughout the spectator stands. When they discovered Yu Xiaoqiao's identity, their interest in the Big Dipper dojo grew. If only one of the dojo's representatives were strong, they could chalk it up to that individual's talent. However, it was a different story if both representatives were powerful. This showed that the dojo had excellent teaching methods. Meanwhile, the various upper echelons in the VIP stands stared at Xiaofan and Xiaoyu in shock. Didn't Big Dipper recently establish its dojo? How could they have nurtured such skilled disciples? No wonder why the White Tiger Dojo stopped challenging the various dojos and training centers after visiting the Big Dipper Dojo. It turns out that the Big Dipper Dojo is actually quite powerful. So, that rumor was true. The Big Dipper group has won the lottery this time. Why can't a powerful master stumble into our dojo as well? Everyone in the VIP stands was a fighting industry insider, so they were all aware that the Big Dipper dojo was a new construct. Moreover, the dojo had specifically been established for Xiaofan. However, they had neither expected Xiaofan to be such a powerful individual nor a capable instructor. With this, the Big Dipper dojo's fame would grow. Ha ha ha. Big brother, our Big Dipper dojo is famous. Several people just contacted me stating that they wish to join the dojo. There are even a few professional fighters among them who have previously refused our invitations, Xiao Yan said excitedly. Since the dojo's establishment, the Big Dipper group had constantly searched for ways to expand the dojo's influence. After all, a dojo wouldn't necessarily become popular just because it had a master martial artist leading the training sessions. Before the dojo succeeded in nurturing powerful disciples, nobody would know how capable said master was. If the master happened to be inept at teaching, there was no point to joining the dojo. Hence, they had attempted to recruit some well-known professional fighters in Jinhai City and the several neighboring cities. Unfortunately, these fighters had either refused outright or demanded too high of a price. Now, however, these professional fighters, who had acted like almighty masters, acted like children. They were all eager to join the Big Dipper dojo. Xiaoyu nodded and smiled as well. He hadn't realized how thoroughly Xiaofan had hidden his capabilities either. Now, they didn't have to worry about damage to the Big Dipper dojo's reputation, and they could recruit a plethora of well-known professional fighters. As the audience paid more attention to the Big Dipper dojo, the matches around the arena became increasingly intense as the various competitors fought to obtain the only advancement slot for their respective platforms. As predicted, all three representatives from the White Tiger Dojo advanced through the elimination round eventually. All three were unbelievably skilled. The other dojos and training centers didn't fare as well. Over 40+ dojos and training centers had come to participate. Even if the remaining slots were divided equally, not every establishment could earn a slot. Furthermore, many fighters had joined the competition independently. In the end, only the stronger dojos and training centers would advance. The White Tiger Dojo really is impressive as expected of one of the country's best dojos. The other dojos and training centers simply aren't a match for it. The Martial Heaven Dojo is also pretty strong. All three of its representatives advanced. As for the White Cloud Dojo, if Lu Jingshan hadn't lost, all of its representatives would have advanced as well. That Big Dipper Dojo is also quite skilled. All three of its representatives advanced to the next round, too. Moreover, I heard that the Big Dipper Dojo is relatively new. It can definitely rival the Martial Heaven Dojo and White Tiger Dojo. When the organizers displayed the list of fighters who had advanced above the stage, the audience discussed the various establishments. Among the many dojos and training centers, only the White Tiger Dojo, the Martial Heaven Dojo, and the Big Dipper Dojo would be represented by all three of their fighters in the next round. Hence, many people started comparing the three dojos. When Xia Qiwen heard the chatter, he paled. The spectators were comparing one of the country's best dojos to third-rate organizations. If news of this reached the main branch, the higher-ups would call his management capabilities into question. Damn it! Where did Big Dipper find so many experts? Xia Qiwen balled his fists as he glared at the distant Xiaoyu. In his opinion, the only person in the Big Dipper group capable of such a feat was the sly old fox, Xiaoyu. As Xia Qiwen inwardly cursed Xiaoyu's cunning, Jiang Tianyuan asked from beside him, "Qiwen, why is Yu Ziping listed among the Big Dipper dojo's representatives?" "Hall Master, this. I'm not sure." Feigning ignorance, Xia Qiwen replied, "I'll have someone find out what is going on immediately. Once he returns, I'll demand an explanation." No need. Despite the White Tiger Dojo's nurturing, he dares to represent another dojo without consent. He has already broken one of our sacred taboos. He is no longer a member of the White Tiger Dojo. Let him fend for himself, Jiang Tianyuan announced coldly. Originally, he had considered Yu Ziping a talented child worthy of the dojo's attention. Hence, he had specifically asked if the boy had been chosen to represent their dojo in this competition. Even if Yu Ziping hadn't been chosen, he had intended to recommend moving the youth to the main branch for better training. However, Yu Ziping had greatly disappointed him. Understood. Xia Qiwen nodded. However, when Jiang Tianyuan looked away, he revealed a faint sneer. Yu Ziping had lost his protection from the White Tiger Dojo. It was obvious that Jiang Tianyuan's attitude towards Yu Ziping had changed significantly. After this, dealing with the boy would become easier. Once the competition ended, he would report Yu Ziping for violating his contract with the White Tiger Dojo. Not only would Yu Ziping be forced to pay a massive compensation fee, but it would also deal a blow to the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. To protect itself, the Big Dipper Dojo might be forced to abandon Yu Ziping. Shortly after the elimination round, the 32 contestants that had advanced approached the sports arena's main stage to draw lots. The main stage was far more spacious than the surrounding platforms. Moreover, the virtual screens constantly broadcast the main stage, allowing all of the spectators to watch the fights. As the 32 contestants drew lots in sequence of their platform number, a petite, beautiful girl in a blue martial arts uniform walked up to Yu Ziping. This girl was none other than Yi Yuqing. "Yu Ziping, must you do this?" Yi Yuqing asked quietly. "You know that Hall Master Jiang already plans to give Mengyun to Xia Qiwen. If you leave to join the Big Dipper Dojo now, you'll destroy your future." In the White Tiger Dojo, very few knew that Yi Yuqing, who was only second to the goddess Tang Jingyao in terms of strength, had a friendship with Yu Ziping and Jiang Mengyun. "I couldn't care less about that anymore. Xia Qiwen is only a step away from the global stage. Meanwhile, I am still a mere intermediate disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Whether it's strength, resources, or family background, I am inferior to him in every aspect. If I don't fight now, I won't have a chance once he reaches the international level," Yu Ziping said seriously. "Even so, you shouldn't go about it like this." Yi Yuqing was astonished when she saw Yu Ziping's determination. "If you lose the White Tiger Dojo's protection, Xia Qiwen won't hesitate to strike out at you. He already told us to cripple you in this competition. If you fight either Gu Chen or Liao Huajie, you must be careful. If you can't, surrender. Relax. I'll show Xia Qiwen that I'm not just going to take his crap lying down," Yu Ziping said, smiling calmly. "You." Angry, Yu Yiqing spun around and left. She couldn't understand where Yu Ziping's confidence came from. If she had to fight him, she could show mercy. However, it was a different story for Gu Chen and Liao Huajie. After all, Xia Qiwen was close with both fighters. However, now that Yu Ziping was determined to take this path, it was not her place to stop him. Time passed quickly. After the drawings were done, the competition resumed. The screens above the arena displayed the first matchup. First match, Liao Huajie vs Yu Ziping. Chapter 1295, Instant Judgment. As the first match was announced, a commotion erupted in the VIP stands. A present White Tiger Dojo disciple fighting an ex-White Tiger Dojo disciple. This match is going to be interesting. Those in the VIP stands were all insiders of the fighting industry. They had already investigated every fighter that had advanced through the elimination round. They were all aware of Yu Ziping's background. Yu Ziping had been a relatively talented disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. He had become an intermediate disciple despite being so young. If he continued to work hard for another year or two, he definitely could have become an advanced disciple. Becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo was basically a guarantee that one could qualify for the national fighting competitions. Yet, for some inconceivable reason, Yu Ziping had shown up as one of the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives. As the audience in the VIP stands discussed the matter quietly, Jiang Tianyuan wore a twisted expression. Yu Ziping's actions were a slap in the face for the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo would become a laughingstock. Hall Master, rest assured, Liao Huajie will teach the boy how wrong and foolish his decision was, Xia Qiwen said, smiling. He had waited for this day for a long time. Although Yu Ziping was slightly more skilled than Liao Huajie, the latter had far more combat experience. Liao Huajie could easily defeat Yu Ziping. With Yu Ziping's defeat, they would show everyone the White Tiger Dojo's strength while leaving a stain on the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. He could even cripple Yu Ziping in the process. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was no possibility of Liao Huajie's defeat. He was very familiar with Yu Ziping's skills. The team would need another 1 or 2 years of arduous training to reach the national level. Meanwhile, Liao Huajie's strength was not as simple as everyone assumed. Below the main stage, the various fighters watched Liao Huajie and Yu Ziping on the main stage. They were very curious to see the outcome of this fight. Unlike everyone else, a flash of concern appeared in Yu Yiqing's eyes as she watched Yu Ziping stretch. She then quietly moved towards Shadow Sword and Turtledove, who also watched the match. Quietly, she said, "If you two are Yu Ziping's friends, you must stop this fight. Liao Huajie is not as simple as you think. He is one of our main branch's watchmen. If you don't stop Yu Ziping before the match starts, he will be in danger." A watchman? Shadow Sword and Turtledove turned to Yu Yiqing, their expressions turning serious when they heard this. "Are you telling the truth?" Yu Yiqing was a member of the White Tiger Dojo. Although they did not know what Yu Yiqing intended by warning them, they knew that watchmen should not be underestimated. Those who weren't familiar with the various dojos and training centers might not know what the term watchman implied. However, those who focused on breaking into the industry's inner circle were familiar with the word. To put it simply, a watchman determined if a disciple was worthy of focused nurturing. After all, a dojo or training center's resources were limited. It was not possible to provide tons of resources to every member. Hence, anyone who could defeat the designated watchman would receive the dojo's attention and vice versa. This maintained the quality of the establishment's best disciples. Watchmen were no weaker than those favored disciples. Rather, the opposite was true. On average, watchmen were stronger. Generally, watchmen were experts the establishment's upper echelons had chosen unanimously. Although watchmen were forced to hide their achievements during their service, once their term ended, they would receive their dojo's best training. Moreover, as compensation, they would have access to an abundance of resources during their service. As a result, many people aspired to become watchmen. Unfortunately, very few were ever chosen. Although not every dojo and training center had watchmen, it was normal for a peak dojo like the White Tiger Dojo. "Why would I lie to you?" Yu Yiqing rolled her eyes at Shadow Sword and Turtledove. She was one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses. She didn't need petty tricks to defeat her opponents. Although I'm not trying to brag, Lu Huajie is no weaker than I am. Yu Ziping stands no chance against him. Moreover, Lu Huajie is famed for his mercilessness during fights. He's as strong as you are. Turtledove asked as she evaluated Yu Yiqing. If I fought him, I'd have a 60-40 chance of winning, Yu Yiqing said after giving the matter some thought. Lu Huajie had been hiding his strength. Only the dojo's upper echelons knew his true skill. Meanwhile, she was the genius Tang Jingyao's future successor, so she was at least on par with Lu Huajie. However, to convince the Big Dipper dojo to take Lu Huajie more seriously, she exaggerated his strength a little bit. So, that's the case. We shouldn't need to notify the guild leader, then. Turtledove breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow Sword nodded in agreement. He, too, didn't think this matter was worth Shifeng's time. You guys, Turtledove and Shadow Sword's response dumbfounded Yu Yiqing momentarily. Although she tried to ask if they truly understood the severity of the matter, they shut her up with a word of thanks. As a result, she could only walk away, fuming as she realized that Shadow Sword and Turtledove were just as stubborn as Yu Ziping. None of them could be reasoned with. As Yu Yiqing tried to think of a way to convince Yu Ziping to drop out of the match, the timer above the main stage began to count down. Yu Ziping, I had thought you were better than this. I had believed that you could have joined the main branch after another year or two. But you crossed the line today. You betrayed the White Tiger Dojo. Today, I show you the price for that betrayal, Lu Huajie said as he stopped 2 meters away from Yu Ziping. Sneering, he continued, Brother Chiwen has asked me to pass you a message. You are 100 years too early if you wish to compete on his level. Suddenly, Lu Huajie moved. Executing swimming dragon steps, he was instantly within attack range of Yu Ziping. He then launched a flying knee kick at Yu Ziping's face. At the same time, his arms lashed towards Yu Ziping's neck like whips. Lu Huajie's attacks were extremely vicious. From the very onset of the match, he aimed for Yu Ziping's life. Against an attack to the face, fighters instinctively go on the defensive, ignore attacks from other directions. However, Lu Huajie wanted more from his flying knee attack than Yu Ziping's focus on defending himself. Martial artists frequently practiced conquering their defensive instincts. Rather, Lu Huajie wanted to distract his opponent with the initial attack, preventing Yu Ziping from noticing the attacks aimed for his neck. As Lu Huajie's knee flew towards Yu Ziping's face, Yu Ziping dashed forward, instead of retreating. That guy is insane. The fighters below the stage were shocked by Yu Ziping's suicidal counter. If the knee struck his face, he would die. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lu Huajie was a little surprised by Yu Ziping's actions. However, it didn't distract him from his attacks. In the moment between life and death, Yu Ziping barely avoided the knee as he circled to Lu Huajie's side. When their bodies interlocked, Yu Ziping used centrifugal force to land a powered punch to Lu Huajie's back. Yu Ziping's attack was as quick as lightning, giving his opponent no time to react. Thud. When Yu Ziping's fist met Lu Huajie's back, Lu Huajie felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. Immediately, Lu Huajie spat a mouthful of blood as the strike threw him over 3 meters away. By the time he hit the ground, Lu Huajie had lost consciousness. The entire process was complete in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Practically everyone watching the fight was stunned. Just as they thought that Lu Huajie would win, Yu Ziping stood on the stage alone. The fight ended so quickly. Can somebody tell me what just happened? I didn't see anything. Many of the spectators stared in shock, confused about what had just happened. Chapter 1296, Competition with Many Hidden Experts. The various dojos and training centers' upper echelons were even more shocked than the audience in the spectator stands, staring at the match's victor with wide eyes. However, nobody was more surprised than Xiaofan. What? What is going on? How is he so strong? He was extremely familiar with Lu Huajia's strength. Although Lu Huajia was slightly weaker than Gu Chen, the boy could still rank among the top of the main branch's advanced disciples. This was why the main branch had agreed to dispatch Lu Huajia for this friendly competition. Evi Xiaofan wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Huajia so quickly, yet Yu Ziping had ended the match in the span of a breath. Yi Yuqing stared at Yu Ziping with a stupefied expression from below the stage. Impossible. How did he become so strong? Yi Yuqing thought back to what Yu Ziping had told her. Could he have hidden his strength all this time? Moreover, Yu Ziping wasn't the only one behaving strangely today. The other two Big Dipper representatives, Fu Jinghong and Yu Qiao, had been extraordinarily calm despite learning that Lu Huajia was a watchman. They were both obviously confident of Yu Ziping's victory. However, this only further confused Yi Yuqing. If Yu Ziping had revealed such strength early on, the White Tiger Dojo would have offered him focus training. If that had happened, even Xiaofan would have had a hard time dealing with him. Could the Big Dipper Dojo be responsible for this? Yi Yuqing considered the possibility, her voice shaking as she spoke aloud. She couldn't bring herself to believe it. When the referee on the stage announced Yu Ziping's victory, shrieks of excitement flooded the arena. So strong. Is this the Big Dipper Dojo's true strength? Is that guy a monster? I didn't see what had happened. After this match, the audience's admiration for the Big Dipper Dojo reached new heights. Jiang Tianyuan, however, wore a solemn expression as he watched from the VIP stands. Hall Master, Lu Huajia must have been careless. However, Gu Chen and Yi Yuqing should be able to restore our reputation. Xiaofan hurriedly explained. Although he knew that his explanation was somewhat forced, it was true that Lu Huajia had been careless. When fighting an expert of the same level, a direct, full-powered assault was foolish. If the opponent spotted a weakness, they could certainly obtain victory with a single blow. Lu Huajia's miserable defeat was understandable. Hopefully, that is the case. After this competition, would also like a proper explanation for why Yu Ziping is suddenly representing the Big Dipper Dojo, Jiang Tianyuan responded in a deep tone as he glanced at Xiaofan. While it was true that Lu Huajia had been careless, not every fighter could find an opportunity to deal such a devastating blow. It a certain degree of skill. It was clear that Yu Ziping had already reached this standard. Also, I want you to learn everything there is to know about the Big Dipper Dojo. Do not miss a single detail. Jiang Tianyuan could not help but shift his gaze toward Xiaofan, who sat quietly in the distance. He kept having the feeling that there was more to the Big Dipper Dojo than what met the eye. Understood. I will look into it. Xiaofan repeatedly nodded, feeling a chill crawl down his spine when the heavy pressure Jiang Tianyuan gave off washed over him. Jiang Tianyuan was a legend in the White Tiger Dojo. Even the head hall master treated him with respect. Jiang Tianyuan's wrath was not someone a mere genius like himself could hope to endure. Meanwhile, on another side of the VIP stands, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan brimmed with exhilaration. Head instructor Shi, you are truly astounding. You poached such a genius from the White Tiger Dojo. Now that we have defeated one of the White Tiger Dojo's elites, I'm afraid that the crowds will trample over and destroy the Big Dipper Dojo's entrance tomorrow. When Xiao Yu thought about the sea of people that would rush to apply for the Big Dipper Dojo, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. As long as the Big Dipper Dojo developed successfully, it would help the Big Dipper Group grow. The company would finally be able to branch out of Jinhai City and enter a bigger stage. I was just lucky, Xiaofan said, chuckling. Yu Ziping's performance had been quite impressive. It was no wonder why even Lai Bao and Fire Dance had given him praise. Although Yu Ziping had only played God's Domain for a short time, his level had increased very quickly. Almost every monster he fought was a higher level. In addition, his foundations had already been sound. As a result, after practicing void steps incessantly, he had undergone a qualitative transformation. Unlike Shadow Sword, who had used 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to reach his current level, Yuzipping had only needed 1. As for Turtledove, she had used 4 bottles. Yuzipping was more fit than Shadow Sword and Turtledove. When it came to combat experience, however, Yuzipping couldn't compare to them. After all, Yuzipping had never experienced a fight against God's domain's peak experts. Following which, time passed quickly. One match after another ended on the main stage. The following matches were intense, and the audience's blood boiled as they watched. Unlike the first match, however, the other matches' outcomes weren't surprising. The only unexpected outcome was that, among the 8 contestants that made it to the quarterfinals, one was an independent contestant that had joined using the nickname Evil Fire. Despite not belonging to a dojo or training center, Evil Fire was frighteningly skilled. The strangest thing was that nobody had ever seen or heard of Evil Fire before. As a result, many dojos and training centers sent the contestants secret invitations, with some offering him astronomical incomes, yet Evil Fire refused every offer. Instead, he made a confusing counteroffer, stating that he would only join an establishment if they had a representative that could defeat him in God's domain. During the quarterfinals' second match, Evil Fire faced Gu Chen. No one had expected the unknown Evil Fire to defeat Gu Chen, one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses and Xia Qiwen's future successor, in less than 10 moves. During the final exchange, Evil Fire abandoned all caution as he landed a ruthless blow to Gu Chen's chest, knocking his opponent out instantly like a wild beast. As a result of his recklessness, though, Evil Fire had broken an arm. Evil Fire's combat method made every spectator shudder. If not for the high-quality medical care available, Evil Fire's fighting career might have ended with that final blow. Is that person trying to get himself killed? He's a savage. Xiao Yan frowned when he recalled Evil Fire's fight. It was very obvious that Evil Fire had deliberately sacrificed an arm to finish Gu Chen. No normal martial artist would have fought so desperately, especially not in a friendly competition. Trying to get himself killed? Xiaofan did not voice his opinion. Although the fight seemed desperate, in reality, he had made the wisest decision. The match's outcome wouldn't have been so clear otherwise. After all, Gu Chen clearly had the advantage regarding physique. Evil Fire had only defeated his opponent due to having more combat experience. Based on the way Evil Fire fought, Xiaofan could tell that the teen had experienced plenty of life-or-death battles. Otherwise, the teen wouldn't have been able to maintain his calm in such an intense fight. As everyone discussed Evil Fire's match, Xia Qiwen wore a grim expression. He couldn't understand what was happening. This was simply a friendly competition between 6 third-tier cities, yet one unknown expert had shown up after another. Now, even Gu Chen had been defeated. How was this a city-level competition? This could practically be considered a national-level competition already. During the third match, Shadow Sword defeated his opponent from the White Cloud Dojo, advancing to the semi-finals. The crowd cheered as the quarterfinals' last match began. Yu Qiao vs. Yi Yuqing. Chapter 1297, Limit Removal. Although Yu Qiao and Yi Yuqing had just approached the stage and were waiting for the match to start, the various upper echelons in the VIP stands were exceptionally excited. Nobody had expected that this friendly competition would reach this point. This should have been a stage for the White Tiger Dojo to display its overwhelming might. Now, however, just getting into the semi-finals was a problem. Meanwhile, Xia Qiwen wore a twisted expression. He had never thought that Gu Chen would be so useless as to lose to some unknown fighter. With this, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation was soiled. Meanwhile, as the person responsible for handling this competition, he couldn't escape blame. Xingteng, contact Big Dipper immediately. If they are willing to forsake the competition, I will give them the Green God Company's invitation. We can both still benefit. If they refuse and Yi Yuqing takes the championship, they'll get nothing, Xia Qiwen quietly instructed Gan Xingtang, who sat beside him. The current situation wasn't in his favor. Although Yi Yuqing was very strong, at the end of the day, she was no match for Gu Chen. Gu Chen had only lost to Evil Fire because he hadn't dared to go all out. It was difficult to guarantee that Yi Yuqing would not make the same mistake. Xia Qiwen did not want to take this risk. In any case, the dojo's and training center's main goal in this competition was the Green God Company's invitation card. If the Big Dipper Dojo accepted his offer, not only would they do the White Tiger Dojo a favor, but they'd also receive the invitation card. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to a small dojo like Big Dipper. Gan Xingtang immediately left the VIP stands and contacted Xiao Yu, notifying the man of Xia Qiwen's offer. Big brother, did something happen? Xiao Yan asked curiously when he noticed Xiao Yu's hesitant expression while he was on a call. The Big Dipper Dojo had already garnered quite a bit of fame during this friendly competition. It wouldn't have any issues expanding past Jinhai City in the future. This should be cause for celebration, not concern. It's the White Tiger Dojo. They've offered a deal. If we forfeit, they will compensate us with the Green God Company's invitation, Xiao Yu explained. At the end of the day, the White Tiger Dojo was still one of the best dojos in the country. If Big Dipper won the championship, while it would indeed help to further its reputation, but it would also provoke the White Tiger Dojo. The Big Dipper Dojo would have some trouble expanding into other cities, particularly first and second-tier cities. However, if Big Dipper conceded this competition, it would benefit their expansion. Even Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. However, he shifted his gaze to Shifeng and said, "Big brother, rather than deciding ourselves, why don't we let Shifeng make the decision? After all, Shifeng is the dojo's manager. The dojo's development should be left to him." "I guess that's true." Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. After all, he wasn't responsible for the Big Dipper Dojo's management. Rather than having a headache over this matter, it was better to leave it to Shifeng. While Shifeng looked young and immature, his mind was anything but. The only reason the Big Dipper Dojo had come this far was Shifeng. If he decided on his own, and Shifeng disagreed, it would sour their working relationship. Following which, Xiao Yu passed Xia Qiwen's message to Shifeng. "Head instructor Shi, what do you think?" Xiao Yu looked at Shifeng, curious as to what decision the youth would make. The White Tiger Dojo's favor wasn't easy to earn. If the Big Dipper Dojo tried to expand to first and second-tier cities, it would run into the White Tiger Dojo. Moreover, it was not a guarantee that they would win the championship. If they rejected this offer, they might lose the opportunity to obtain the Green God Company's invitation. The White Tiger Dojo's offer didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Straightforwardly, he responded, "Chairman Xiao, tell them that we can get the Green God Company's invitation by ourselves. We don't need their charity." The White Tiger Dojo was a frightening organization. As one of the best dojos in the country, it had branched dojos in practically every first and second-tier city. Shifeng understood Xiao Yu's thoughts. If he hadn't been reincarnated, he really would have been tempted to accept this offer as well. After all, getting in the good graces of a top dojo would make things easier when the Big Dipper Dojo expanded into first and second-tier cities. Unfortunately, the future was in God's domain. The Big Dipper Dojo had only recently established. If he wanted to recruit talented players and quickly increase the dojo's fame, this friendly competition was the best stepping stone available. He could not let this opportunity get away. If he waited a few more months, the other dojos and training centers would monopolize many talented players. He was in a race against time. Did he have enough to waste with the White Tiger Dojo? This If we do this, Xiao Yu was stupefied. He had never expected such a clear-cut response from Xiaofan. This was the White Tiger Dojo they were talking about. If they humiliated the White Tiger Dojo today, the Big Dipper Dojo would suffer from its wrath later. However, seeing Xiaofang's determination and taking into account that the youth had full management rights for the Big Dipper Dojo, Xiao Yu would not offer a differing opinion. He sighed as he had no choice but to relay the decision to Ganxingtang. What? They refused? Xia Qiwen asked again, thinking he had heard wrong. They said that they will obtain the Green God Company's invitation by themselves. Ganxingtang had also thought he had heard wrong. However, Xiao Yu's answer had been definitive. Good. Excellent. At this moment, Xia Qiwen's expression was as cold as ice. He had never thought that a little dojo would dare oppose him. Let's wait and see, then. Notify Yi Yuqing right away. The dojo's reputation is at risk now. If need be, have her remove her limiter. I'll cover the recovery expenses myself. Initially, Ganxingtang had been excited when he heard Xia Qiwen's words. After all, he would finally get an opportunity to witness a limit removal, yet he began to worry as he responded, "But boss, if we expose that move here, we'll get in trouble with the main branch. I'll take responsibility for it. I want to show these no-name dojos and training centers that, no matter how much they try, their efforts are futile." Xia Qiwen sneered as he glanced at Xiaofan. On the main stage, both Yu Qiaoqiao and Yi Yuqing eyed each other, carefully observing the other party's movements. As soon as the referee swung his hands down and announced the start of the match, both fighters dashed forward, invading into each other's attack range. Although Yi Yuqing's attacks seemed soft and light, they were incredibly fierce. Every punch and palm strike sounded like an explosion, overwhelming the audience. Although Yi Yuqing was a girl, she had already achieved a 550 kilograms punch. Over a century ago, her punches would have qualified her for a boxing championship. She was fully capable of punching holes through concrete walls and crushing stones in her palm. She could even put an ordinary person's life at risk with one hit. Against Yi Yuqing's overwhelming attacks, any normal person would have retreated. However, Yu Qiaoqiao did not. Instead, she launched her own barrage of attacks, her hands moving like whips as they clashed with Yi Yuqing's attacks. Her momentum was no slower than Yi Yuqing's. Moreover, every time she blocked an attack, a loud crash would echo throughout the venue. This scene stupefied the audience at the spectator stands. Both fighters exchanged blows constantly, attacking and defending non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qiaoqiao and Yi Yuqing had exchanged numerous moves. The audience could not keep up with the two girls. This continued for over a dozen seconds without either side securing an advantage. It was obvious that neither side would have an easy victory. Seeing the fight going nowhere, Yi Yuqing backed away. With a confused expression, she then said, "I haven't found a single weakness in your defense even after our exchange. It really is hard to imagine why an expert like you would join a small dojo that has no history." In terms of strength and speed, she was clearly a cut above Yu Qiaoqiao. However, Yu Qiaoqiao continued to find holes in her defense, forcing her to parry or dodge and preventing her from exhibiting her full strength. Rather than a teenage girl, Yi Yuqing felt as if she faced a veteran fighter who had participated in fighting competitions for over a dozen years. She even felt that Yu Qiaoqiao's moves slightly resembled that of the savage Evil Fire. If not for witnessing Evil Fire's attack methods earlier, Yu Qiaoqiao would have caught her off guard. Yi Yuqing suddenly caught sight of Ganxingtang making hand gestures at her. These gestures were the White Tiger Dojo's internal sign language, which all main branch disciples had to learn. Has Xia Qiwen lost his mind? This is just a friendly competition. Is there a need to go so far? Yi Yuqing could not help her surprise when she saw Ganxingtang's gestures. Noticing that her opponents diverted attention, Yu Qiaoqiao took advantage of the distraction and advanced, using a superficial footwork technique. Following which, Yu Qiao seemed to flicker in and out of existence. By the time Yi Yuqing snapped back to attention, Yu Qiao had already circled to her side. Yu Qiao's fist flew towards Yi Yuqing's defenseless side. Since she had noticed the attack too late, Yi Yuqing couldn't dodge the fist normally. As Yu Qiao's fist was about to hit its mark, a black shadow darted and intercepted Yu Qiao's fist. Thud. Even the referee, who stood over 8 meters away, heard the dull sound. How? Yu Qiao looked at Yi Yuqing in shock. Her attack had been flawless. She had used the momentary distraction to circle to her opponent's side and attack from a blind spot. Yi Yuqing shouldn't have been able to defend herself. Yet, the palm that had caught her fist belonged to none other than Yi Yuqing. Most importantly, she had put her entire weight into that punch, yet Yi Yuqing had intercepted the hit. It felt as if she had punched a wall. It was unbelievable. You really are amazing. If I hadn't used limit removal, you might have defeated me with that blow. At this moment, Yi Yuqing sighed ruefully as she gripped Yu Qiao's fist. Originally, I had planned to save this move for the national competition. I never thought that I would be forced to use it so soon. However, since I have, this match is over. Saying so, Yi Yuqing squeezed Yu Qiao's fist. No matter how much Yu Qiao struggled, she couldn't break the hold. At this time, Yi Yuqing clenched her free hand into a fist and punched her trapped opponent. The instant she threw her punch, a loud explosion rang throughout the arena. She was both faster and stronger than before. Chapter 1298, You're Not the Only One Who Knows. Knowing that she couldn't avoid Yi Yuqing's fierce punch, Yu Qiao clenched her free hand into a fist and aimed a punch for Yi Yuqing's wrist. The instant her fist met the young woman's wrist, however, she felt as if she had punched a steel wall. Fortunately, the force behind her punch diverted Yi Yuqing's attack trajectory slightly, the latter's punch missing her shoulder and only tearing her clothing. When Yi Yuqing saw that her first hit had failed, she followed up with another, giving Yu Qiao no time to breathe. Limit removal was a double-edged sword. Ordinary people could only exert up to 20% of their muscle strength, with their mind suppressing the remaining 80%. However, the White Tiger Dojo had a secret technique that allowed one to loosen this suppression with breathing techniques and mental training. Although this technique only removed a small portion of the limiter, it increased one's strength, speed, and reaction speed tremendously. However, in return, one would damage their own muscles and weaken their internal organs. The limit removal technique was the equivalent of trading one's life force for strength temporarily. If one used this technique for too long, they could die. After all, humans' minds suppressed their strength to protect the body. Even though Yi Yuqing had trained constantly as a professional fighter, which made her much tougher than ordinary people, it was very risky to use limit removal. She wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. If not for Xie Qiwen's promise to pay for her recovery and the White Tiger Dojo's reputation being at risk, she wouldn't have even considered using the trump card. Yi Yuqing launched a series of rapid punches. Meanwhile, Yu Qiao tried her best to block while struggling to break free from Yi Yuqing's hold. However, Yi Yuqing's control grew more precise, which made it increasingly difficult for Yu Qiao to block her attacks. Yi Yuqing's punches were like bullets from a machine gun. They were both fierce and powerful. The strong wind from her punches stirred the dirt and dust on the stage. The audience was stupefied. So strong. Is this the genius that will succeed Tang Jingyao in the White Tiger Dojo in the future? Why do I have the feeling that Yi Yuqing is even stronger than Gu Chen? In Gu Chen's fight against that evil fire fellow, his punches only caused some sound. Yi Yuqing's punches are sending dirt into the air. Just how strong is she? Is this the White Tiger Dojo's true strength? She's inhuman. Compared to the audience in the spectator stands, however, the fighters below stage were truly shocked. After all, nobody knew just how strong Yi Yuqing was. A monster. Thank goodness I wasn't matched with her. She'd knock me out with a single punch. As expected of one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses. She can contend with national fighters. It seems the White Tiger Dojo will be this competition's champion. The fighters below stage felt their skin grow cold as they watched Yi Yuqing's violent display. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Jiang Tianyuan watched the battle in silence. Although he didn't express joy, he didn't seem dissatisfied either. Seeing this, Xia Qiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. Good. As expected of Tang Jingyao's future successor. Her limit removal's efficiency should be at around 30% or so. Although she is still slightly weaker than Gu Chen, only experts from the other top dojos should be any match for her now. Xia Qiwen sneered as he watched Yu Qiaoqiao's defense crumble. One of the reasons that the White Tiger Dojo had become one of the best dojos in the country was this limit removal secret technique. Of course, the other top dojos and training centers had their own similar techniques, though there were slight variations. This was why other dojos and training centers had no hope against the top establishments. However, this kind of secret technique was extremely difficult to learn, not everybody could master it. Both Gu Chen and Yi Yuqing were known as geniuses in the White Tiger Dojo because they had grasped this secret technique. Hence, they were showered with attention and resources in the dojo. Normally, the dojo only permitted the use of limit removal during national competitions as the technique took a toll on the user's body. After all, one would need a lot of time and resources to recover. However, Xia Qiwen couldn't care less right now. He would rather get reprimanded and compensate Yi Yuqing with S-rank nutrient fluids, dwindling his limited stockpile, than lose this friendly competition. Big Dipper, just you wait. I'll repay this debt sooner or later. Xia Qiwen glared at Xiaofan and the others, plotting his revenge. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yu's side. We're finished. Yi Yuqing has been hiding her strength all this time. With such strength, who could defeat her? Seeing Yi Yuqing suppress her opponent, Xiao Yu began to have regrets. If he had tried to persuade Xiaofan, they might have obtained the Green God Company's invitation card. Now, however, they would lose everything. The other upper echelons were similarly stunned. Rumors indicated that Gu Chen was stronger than Yi Yuqing. Now, however, it would seem that the opposite was true. If they compared their own disciples against this young woman, the difference between them would be like the difference between an adult and a child. Hiding her strength, huh? When Xiaofan saw the veins popping on Yi Yuqing's arms and forehead, he realized something. The White Tiger Dojo sure is willing to splurge. They're using limit removal in such a small competition. Aren't they afraid that it would affect their performance in the national competition? At present, very few in the fighting industry knew about limit removal. In 10 years, though, the move would be common. This was all due to God's domain. After all, God's domain had the technology to develop the human brain's potential. With a well-developed brain, it wasn't unusual for someone to be capable of removing their body's limiters. It was likely that no one fully understood the pros and cons of the limit removal technique yet. As for Yu Qiaoqiao, who was currently overwhelmed, Xiaofan wasn't worried. After all, limit removal wasn't unique to the White Tiger Dojo. Moreover, compared to the limit removal technique in Xiaofang's past, the present techniques were laughably crude. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Yi Yuqing's fist was about to strike Yu Qiaoqiao's shoulder, Yi Yuqing's fist suddenly froze. What's going on? Yu Yuqing was shocked when she couldn't move her fist. Before she realized it, Yu Qiaoqiao had caught her wrist. Not only that, but she had broken free of the latter's hold. It was as if her entire arm had frozen in place. Chapter 1299, Do You Dare Fight? What is she trying to do? Xia Qiwen frowned when he saw Yi Yuqing's fist stop suddenly. Yi Yuqing could have ended Yu Qiao right there and then, yet she had frozen. Xia Qiwen wasn't the only person confused. The others in the VIP stands were also baffled. Why had Yi Yuqing held back? However, none of them knew that Yi Yuqing was just as shocked. Although her punch hadn't contained her full power, her opponent shouldn't have been able to stop it, yet Yu Qiao had done just that. You really are impressive. You are the first person my age to stop my punch after I used limit removal. Yi Yuqing could not help but praise Yu Qiao. However, you should give up. I cannot afford to lose this match. My strength is 50% higher than when this fight started. You have no chance of winning. Yi Yuqing could not help but admire Yu Qiao. If not for her being a White Tiger Dojo disciple, she definitely would not have been a match for Yu Qiao. Saying so, Yi Yuqing took half a step forward. Cracks began to appear on the stage beneath her feet. Her legs, waist, and shoulders twisting, Yi Yuqing concentrated all of her strength into her fist. Half-step collapsing punch. In Yi Yuqing's opinion, Yu Qiao had only caught her punch due to luck. It was very likely that Yu Qiao had grabbed her wrist before her fist accelerated. Although Yu Qiao currently had a firm hold on her wrist, if she went all out, Yu Qiao had no hope of stopping her. Moreover, her fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Yu Qiao. At this distance, Yu Qiao wouldn't be able to dodge the hit. Even diverting her attack trajectory would not be possible. Pung! Immediately, Yu Qiao took a step back, the stone floor beneath her feet cracking. Unexpectedly, however, Yu Qiao's firm on her opponent's fist was firm. She did not let Yi Yuqing's fist get close to her shoulder. Yi Yuqing was shocked. The young woman blocked her full-powered punch. As expected of a genius from the White Tiger Dojo. It was a tough fight without limit removal. Let's continue our earlier fight. Yu Qiao smiled slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Yi Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Based on the way Yu Qiao spoke, it was obvious that she, too, had grasped limit removal and simply hadn't used it yet. Although Yi Yuqing wanted to respond, Yu Qiao was already moving. Yu Qiao twisted her fist and broke free from Yi Yuqing's hold. Immediately after, her body spun as she sent a spiral kick at Yi Yuqing's head, her leg cutting through the air like a menacing scythe. Suddenly, Yi Yuqing felt death loom over her. Not daring to be careless, she used her full strength to break free from Yu Qiao's hold and used both arms to block the incoming kick. Thud! The instant Yu Qiao's foot met her arms, Yi Yuqing felt a stinging pain deep into her bones. Afterward, her arms grew numb. She felt as if she had been hit by a car as she flew backward. However, reacting quickly, Yi Yuqing adjusted her posture so that she would land on her feet. In the end, Yi Yuqing only stabilized herself after retreating another 8 steps. Impossible! Yi Yuqing wore an incredulous look as she stared at Yu Qiao, who now stood over 10 meters away. Just by blocking one kick, both her arms were numb. She couldn't even move them. Just how strong was Yu Qiao? Meanwhile, the audience stared with wide eyes, their gaze fixed on Yu Qiao. Just who is that girl? Xia Qiwen nearly shouted when he saw Yi Yuqing fly through the air. Xia Qiwen could also see the blood vessels on Yu Qiao's forehead surface slightly. After factoring in Yu Qiao's sudden burst of strength, even a fool could tell that Yu Qiao had used limit removal. However, limit removal was one of the top dojos and training centers' secret techniques. How could Yu Qiao have learned and grasped it? Yi Yuqing had trained arduously for 2 years under countless masters' guidance to grasp limit removal. Yet, not only had Yu Qiao grasped the technique, but it was also obvious that she could suppress her limiters far more than Yi Yuqing. Even Jiang Tianyuan was surprised. What an amazing little girl. Just who is her master? She can control her strength so freely despite removing her limiter to such a degree. Jiang Tianyuan was curious as he watched Yu Qiaoqiao launch a relentless assault against Yuqing. Although grasping limit removal was difficult, trying to exert the additional strength one received to its full potential was even more so. Only those on Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao's level could rival Yuqing's standards. It was no longer a matter of talent. Rather, one required careful guidance and a wealth of combat experience to achieve this. Back on the stage, the match between Yu Qiaoqiao and Yuqing was incomparably fierce. Every one of their actions shattered the stone floor. Yuqing, who wasn't a match for Yu Qiaoqiao's combat experience, had become even less of a match for her opponent. Every blow Yuqing exchanged with Yu Qiaoqiao hurt her to the bone. In the end, Yu Qiaoqiao found a massive weakness in Yuqing's defense as she launched a palm strike at the woman's shoulder, shoving Yuqing off the stage. Yuqing realized that this was Yu Qiaoqiao's way of showing mercy. Had she not taken pity on her opponent, Yuqing would have suffered more than just a fall off the stage. A genius? Yuqing looked up at Yu Qiaoqiao. Suddenly, she found that all of the praise she had received from others, calling her a genius, truly laughable. Ignoring all other aspects, Yu Qiaoqiao was leaps and bounds above her regarding her strength after executing limit removal. Her defeat was only a matter of course. After Yuqing fell off the stage, the referee announced the match's winner. Yu Qiaoqiao. As the referee announced the outcome, the arena fell silent for a moment. Then, loud cheering filled the venue. This breathtaking match had truly surprised every spectator. The Big Dipper Dojo's name etched itself deeply into everyone's mind. After all, among the 4 people taking part in the semi-finals, 3 belonged to the Big Dipper Dojo. There were dozens of dojos and training centers from the 6 cities participating in this competition. Among them were the White Tiger Dojo and a large number of independent contestants. Sending all 3 representatives to the semi-finals was a miracle. The Big Dipper Dojo? I am definitely going to apply to join it tomorrow. Many among the audience had already decided to join the Big Dipper Dojo no matter what. Even the contestants consider the option. Among those in the VIP stands, some celebrated while others worried. Xiao Yu was naturally ecstatic. With this, the Big Dipper Dojo's fame would spread throughout the 6 cities. Xie Qiwen, on the other hand, felt both rage and helplessness. He had never thought that his first attempt of benefiting the dojo would end so miserably. However, Xie Qiwen hadn't given up yet. There was still the savage Evil Fire. It was still possible that Evil Fire could secure the championship. This would be much better than letting the Big Dipper Dojo win. Now that the 4 semi-finalists had been decided, due to this being a friendly match, as long as Yuzipping defeated Evil Fire, the Big Dipper Dojo would win the competition. Everyone very much looked forward to the first match of the semi-finals between Yuzipping and Evil Fire. It took roughly 20 minutes to repair the stage. Once the repairs were complete, Yuzipping and Evil Fire approached the stage. However, as the referee was about to announce the start of the competition, Evil Fire stopped him and said, "Wait. Contestant Evil Fire, is there an issue?" the referee asked curiously. "Before the match, I have something to say," Evil Fire, who looked like a brown bear, said, grinning. "All right, but I can only give you 1 minute." The referee nodded. 10 seconds will be enough. Evil Fire laughed. He then received the microphone and shifted his gaze to Shifeng in the VIP stands. Emanating a dominant aura, he proudly proclaimed, "Head Instructor Shi, I have come here today for one reason and one reason only. I have heard that you are one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, so I hope that you can convey a message to Black Flame for me. Tell him that I, Evil Fire, want to challenge him in God's domain. Does he dare fight me?" Chapter 1300, Black Flame's Fame. Evil Fire? This is interesting. As Xiaofan looked at Evil Fire, he tried to remember his past. He hadn't actually heard this name before, yet based on the skill Evil Fire displayed, Xiaofan concluded that the youth was extraordinary. Evil Fire should be someone powerful in God's domain. Otherwise, the youth wouldn't have here to challenge him so confidently. Evil Fire's words echoed throughout the sports arena. Meanwhile, everyone else in the venue had fallen silent. Everyone was stunned. Nobody could have imagined that Evil Fire's goal in this competition was to challenge someone. He hadn't even challenged someone in the real world, but someone in God's domain. What's going on? Crap, he's challenging someone to a fight in a game? Why can't he just do that in the game? Did he really have to do this here? What do you know? He is talking about Black Flame. Who is Black Flame? Is he someone amazing? You don't play God's domain, so you might not know, but Black Flame is the guild leader of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. The Secret Pavilion even gave him the title Sword King. He is a mythical existence, and countless experts in God's domain want to challenge him. However, why would someone as important as Black Flame accept every challenge? Moreover, Black Flame's whereabouts are always a mystery. He's incredibly hard to find. I never thought that the Big Dipper dojo would be related to Zero Wing. This is going to be interesting. Since Evil Fire is so strong in the real world, I wonder how strong he is in God's domain. Ha ha ha. This is interesting. I am definitely going to watch the fight between Evil Fire and Black Flame. I doubt Black Flame will agree to it. After all, he is Zero Wing's guild leader. This is where Evil Fire is smart. Big Dipper's head instructor is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, so Big Dipper and Zero Wing must have a close relationship. Meanwhile, Evil Fire put his strength on display for everyone to see. Now that he has challenged Black Flame in front of so many people, he'd be hard to ignore. If Black Flame refuses the fight, not only will this smear Zero Wing's reputation, but it might also affect Big Dipper's reputation. Although many among the audience had no idea who Black Flame was, those who did promptly explained. Very quickly, everyone became familiar with the name. At the same time, they grew curious about how strong this Black Flame was. After all, someone as strong as Evil Fire had issued this dramatic request. For some time, this unexpected announcement boosted Big Dipper and Zero Wing's fame for some time. This little bastard. He used my friendly competition to challenge someone in a game. Xiaofan glared at Evil Fire, rage burning in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to murder the youth with his own hands. Had Evil Fire simply challenged Black Flame, he would not have minded it as much. The issue was that Evil Fire had defeated Gu Chen. Gu Chen was one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses, yet Evil Fire used the fame of his victory as a stepping stone to challenge Black Flame. This was a slap in the face for the White Tiger Dojo. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Turtledove, standing beside the main stage, were furious. This bastard overestimates himself. He dares to challenge the guild leader. Jinghong, make sure that you take care of him later. Turtledove's gaze burned with rage. If she didn't have to recuperate after using limit removal, she'd take care of the brat herself. Leave it to me. I'll make sure this kid spends several months in the hospital after the competition. Shadow Sword nodded seriously. In God's domain, challenging a guild's leader was the equivalent of declaring war on the entire guild. They could not let such an insult slide. Head instructor sure. 2 days. I'll give you all 2 days to prepare. When the time comes, I'll head to White River City's Divine Coliseum for the challenge. Hopefully, Black Flame doesn't chicken out. Evil Fire smiled at Xiaofan. He then tossed the microphone back to the referee before turning and leaving the stage gallantly. After catching the microphone, the referee noticed Evil Fire leaving the stage. Hurriedly, he reminded, contestant Evil Fire. If you step off of the stage, you will forfeit the match. I have already achieved my goal. Consider this match my loss, Evil Fire responded nonchalantly. Saying so, Evil Fire descended the steps. He paid no attention to the competition's outcome. Everyone was stunned. He surrendered? He's not going to continue? Crap. He's too cool. Doesn't he want the 5 million credits? Does he need to go this far? Did he really join this competition just to challenge Black Flame? The audience was shocked as they watched Evil Fire leave the arena, ignoring the championship prize. Not many had the opportunity to earn 5 million credits. Meanwhile, due to Evil Fire forfeit, Uzipping won the match. Naturally, the Big Dipper Dojo had secured the championship. As for the position of champion, neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove cared as both focused on God's domain. They were no longer interested in the fighting world. Hence, in the end, Uzipping was crowned champion. This set off a commotion among the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons. The normal audience might not know much about Uzipping's background, but they did. Uzipping had been an intermediate disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Now, however, he had left the dojo and won this competition's championship. This would seriously wound the White Tiger Dojo's reputation. Xiaofan wore an ugly expression. Although he wanted to rage and kill Uzipping personally, he had a much larger problem to deal with: Jiang Tianyuan, who had been silent for some time now. Chiwen, I believe that you know what to do. I want an explanation for this. Once we return, you will also explain yourself to the head hall master. You are aware of the consequences if we're not satisfied with your explanation. Jiang Tianyuan glanced at Xiaofan. He then stood and walked away. Although he hadn't reprimanded Xiaofan with his words, his chilling tone stole the strength from Xiaofan's legs. Jiang Tianyuan's anger was reasonable. After all, Uzipping's performance today had been shocking. The youth definitely qualified to join the main branch for concentrated training, yet such a talented fighter had represented the Big Dipper Dojo. Explain to the head hall master. Xiaofan suddenly felt faint. Compared to the White Tiger Dojo's head hall master, he was nothing. Although he was one of the dojo's geniuses, he was only a genius. He wasn't a powerhouse. Normally, he would encounter the head hall master a few times a year, yet he was told that he would have to present his case to such an important figure. Xiaofan felt wronged. Although he had chosen Lu Huajie for personal reasons, his decision had been logical as Lu Huajie had been much stronger than Uzipping. However, Uzipping had become so powerful, so much so that he had defeated Lu Huajie. How could he possibly know what was going on? As the competition ended, the audience gradually departed the arena. As they left, they discussed Evil Fire's challenge to Black Flame. Meanwhile, Asura and the others prepared to leave the VIP stands. Gan Xingting stopped them. May I know what business Instructor Gan has with us? Xiao Yu asked, smiling. They had won the friendly match fair and square. Even the White Tiger Dojo couldn't find an excuse to cause them trouble. They also had tens of thousands of witnesses. If the White Tiger Dojo tried to do something here, it would only humiliate the dojo further. Chapter 1301, Competition. Seeing Gan Xingting block Shifeng's group, the various upper echelons stopped to watch, curious to see what the White Tiger Dojo intended to do. The White Tiger Dojo had hosted this friendly competition to spread its fame throughout the 6 cities. Yet, the Big Dipper Dojo had benefited. It would be a lie to say that the White Tiger Dojo was not furious. Ignoring the stares, Gan Xingting glanced at Shifeng before turning to Xiao Yu. Displeased, he said, Hall Master Jiang would like to invite Head Instructor Shi for tea. May I know if Head Instructor Shi is free? An invite from Hall Master Jiang? Everyone who heard this was momentarily stunned. Jiang Tianyuan stood at the peak of the fighting industry. He was practically a living legend. Jiang Tianyuan had also played a large part in lifting the White Tiger Dojo to its current status. Moreover, Jiang Tianyuan's disciples were all extraordinary. He also had influence in various other industries. Countless people dreamed of forming a connection with the man. Unfortunately, very few ever had the opportunity. And yet Jiang Tianyuan had sent an invitation. Moreover, by the looks of it, he only wished to speak with Xiaofan, not the others from Big Dipper. This, I'm afraid you'll have to ask head instructor Shi himself. Xiao Yu frowned before turning to Xiaofan. He wasn't afraid of the White Tiger Dojo as a business rival. However, he was afraid of the White Tiger Dojo using other methods to deal with them. One such example was poaching Xiaofan. In fact, these situations were common. The Big Dipper Dojo's achievements were all thanks to Xiaofan. Now that Jiang Tianyuan wanted to meet with the man, Xiao Yu felt threatened. If Jiang Tianyuan poached Xiaofan, developing the Big Dipper Dojo and the Big Dipper group further would be out of the question. The White Tiger Dojo possessed wealth and influence. Even if Xiaofan became one of its branch hall masters, he would enjoy far more benefits than the Big Dipper group could ever hope to offer. However, it also would not do to refuse Jiang Tianyuan. After all, Jiang Tianyuan had taken the initiative to invite Xiaofan. If they refused to meet with him, Jiang Tianyuan would consider it disrespect. If that happened, even if Jiang Tianyuan didn't act personally, his followers would be more than enough to make the Big Dipper group suffer. Hence, Xiao Yu could only leave the decision to Xiaofan. Lead the way, Xiaofan responded calmly and without hesitation. They were bound to meet sooner or later. After all, if he wanted Yu Zipping to join Zero Wing, he would have to overcome the hurdle known as Jiang Tianyuan first. Following which, Ganxingtong led Xiaofan to the arena's top-floor lounge. Big brother, what do we do? If Jiang Tianyuan offers Xiaofan something that he can't refuse, the Big Dipper Dojo will be finished, Xiao Yan asked anxiously as he watched Xiaofan walk away. He had to admit that Xiaofan had already become irreplaceable in Big Dipper. If Xiaofan left, Big Dipper would backslide. We can't let Jiang Tianyuan poach him. No matter what it takes, we must convince him to stay. I heard that he and Ruashi are close. Think of a way to convince her to help us. At most, we'll concede a slightly higher percentage of our profits when negotiating with the Zhao group. Xiao Yu was determined to compete with the White Tiger Dojo. In the top-floor lounge. As soon as Xiaofan entered the room, he sensed 4 piercing gazes locking onto him. The origins of these ominous looks stood beside Jiang Tianyuan. 3 of these people were men, and 1 was a woman. All 4 wore black suits and appeared to be Jiang Tianyuan's bodyguards. Although they only stood there, they radiated a chilling aura. It was very obvious that they weren't like the pampered children, Gu Chen and Yi Yuqing. These people must have experienced many trials and tribulations. Moreover, their auras were even more intense than Lei Bao's. Of course, that was not to say that these 4 people were stronger than Lei Bao. It was simply because Lei Bao kept his aura hidden. Xiaofan didn't doubt that, if he showed the slightest hint of a threat, these 4 would immediately move to kill him. The White Tiger Dojo really is impressive. They've even hired such extraordinary bodyguards. Xiaofan swept his gaze across these 4 people, noticing that they all had falcon tattoos on the back of the hands. This mark belonged to none other than the Black Falcon Alliance. The Black Falcon Alliance was a globally renowned mercenary alliance. Anyone who wanted this tattoo had to earn the Black Falcon Alliance's acknowledgement first. The organization's ordinary members simply weren't worthy. As Xiaofan entered the room, Jiang Tianyuan smiled as he gestured to the sofa before him and said, "Sit." Only then did the 4 Black Falcon bodyguards relax a little. However, their gazes never once left Xiaofan. Shifeng ignored the gazes as he approached Jiang Tianyuan. Seeing Shifeng's reaction, Jiang Tianyuan inwardly praised his guest. He was very familiar with his 4 bodyguard strength. If all 4 worked together, even an internal force expert wouldn't walk away unscathed. Very few youngsters like Shifeng could remain unperturbed under their attention. After emptying the teacup placed before him, Shifeng smiled and asked, "Hall Master Jiang, may I know what business you wish to discuss?" "Young man, you are quite impatient. This isn't your average tea. This is the Green God Company's Harmony tea. Savoring it properly will aid in one's mental recovery and help expand one's mind," Jiang Tianyuan said, his heart aching as Shifeng downed the tea. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise. "So, this is the rumored Harmony tea." Shifeng looked at the teapot on the table incredulously. The taste had been unique. However, he had not paid much attention to it. Although he had considered the possibility that it might be poisoned, it was highly unlikely. Even if the White Tiger Dojo disregarded its reputation, Jiang Tianyuan would keep his intact. Harmony tea was unique to the Green God Company. Unfortunately, it was difficult to produce, so it wasn't sold to the public. Although its recovery and enhancement effects were not as strong as the S-Rank nutrient fluid, it had an aspect that the nutrient fluids couldn't compare to. Unlike the S-Rank nutrient fluid, Harmony tea had a milder energy. One might not notice any immediate effects, but in the long run, the tea could help improve a person's physique and extend their lifespan. It could also assist in developing one's mental potential. It was no wonder that, despite being over 50 years old, Jiang Tianyuan only appeared to be in his 30s. As expected of the White Tiger Dojo, they can get their hands on such a rare product. Shifeng was a little jealous. If he could obtain a large amount of Harmony tea, he would have a much easier time nurturing Zero Wings experts. He had to admit that, no matter what he wanted to do, resources were very important. "Alright, I'll cut to the chase. I don't want to waste a youngster's time. I've asked you here for 2 things. Seeing Shifeng's interest in the Harmony tea, Jiang Tianyuan could not help but smile as he said, "The first involves you zipping. I hope that you will allow him to return to the White Tiger Dojo. He has a lot of potential. He will have a better future if he develops in the White Tiger Dojo. That is up to him. I cannot choose for him." Shifeng waved his hand, showing that he had no interest in this issue. In reality, he did not care which dojo Yu Zipping developed in. He only cared about Yu Zipping's choices in God's domain. "You are quite the mysterious youth." Shifeng's reply stunned Jiang Tianyuan. He simply couldn't fathom why Shifeng would willingly let go of such a talent so easily. However, he didn't think that Shifeng had lied. He had prepared counter-arguments if Shifeng refused, but his efforts had been wasted. "Since that is the case, I'll have to trouble you to pass the message on. Now that the first issue has been addressed, let's get to the second matter." "Please speak." "The second matter involves you. I'd like to invite you to join the White Tiger Dojo." Chapter 1302, Daylight Robbery. Join the White Tiger Dojo? Shifeng was slightly surprised by the offer. While it was common for dojos and training centers to poach personnel from each other, the targets were normally disciples. Instructors were rarely approached. After all, any instructor was considered a backbone of their establishment. Poaching an instructor was significantly more expensive than a disciple, not to mention a head instructor like himself. If they didn't offer a high enough position, they couldn't tempt him in the least. On the other hand, the White Tiger Dojo's upper echelons would never agree to offer him a position as high as head instructor. There were a limited number of head instructor positions available, and every head instructor was a part of the White Tiger Dojo's core. The influence they held was immense. Furthermore, he was only the head instructor of a recently established dojo. Trying to poach him by offering a head instructor position would be ludicrous. That's right. I'd like you to join us. However, rather than becoming one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors, I'd like to invite you to become one of our combat instructors in God's domain, Jiang Tianyuan said. God's domain has become increasingly popular. The White Tiger Dojo intends to secure a piece of that pie. However, at the end of the day, there are some differences between combat in God's domain and combat in the real world. Hence, we wish to recruit some God's domain experts to train our disciples. I heard that Zero Wing is quite capable in this aspect. Hence, I wish to hire you as one of our God's domain instructors. Of course, you will receive the benefits of a White Tiger Dojo advanced instructor. Although the White Tiger Dojo had many instructors, there were extremely few advanced instructors. Every advanced instructor was also an internal force expert. Even hall masters such as himself treated these individuals with respect. Countless experts envied them for the benefits they received. Jiang Tianyuan's offer stunned his 4 bodyguards. Although they were bodyguards, they were also Black Falcon Alliance experts. Their understanding of the White Tiger Dojo was more acute than ordinary people. Hence, they knew just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's advanced instructors were. Even the Black Falcon Alliance's mainstays had to treat them with respect. Sometimes, the Alliance would even request training from these instructors. It wasn't even a guarantee that these instructors would agree. It was very difficult to imagine that a youngster in his early 20s would have the opportunity to become an advanced instructor in the White Tiger Dojo. Forget about the advanced instructor position. What other benefits can you offer? Xiaofan said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly interested in becoming an advanced instructor in the White Tiger Dojo. While the fame and influence that came with the position were tempting, they were not particularly useful to him. Other benefits? Jiang Tianyuan gave Xiaofan an odd look. Curiously, he asked, "What do you have in mind?" The position was a good opportunity to gain some renown in the fighting industry. Countless people coveted the position, yet Xiaofan didn't seem interested. S-Rank Nutrient Fluid or Harmony Tea, both are acceptable, Xiaofan said after giving the matter some thought. As for the exact amount, that depends on how many players you'd like me to train. My price is roughly 20 people per bottle. I can guarantee that they will reach the trial tower's 5th floor within a short time. Both S-Rank Nutrient Fluid and Harmony Tea would significantly help his guild's experts. They were far more practical than the position of advanced instructor. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had the battle arena. It was an excellent location to nurture experts. Including the fact that the White Tiger Dojo's disciples would start with sturdy foundations, it would not be difficult to train them to the 5th floor standard in a short time. Hearing Xiaofang's words, the 4 bodyguards rolled their eyes. Each bottle of S-Rank Nutrient Fluid sold for 1 million credits on the market, yet Xiaofan wanted 1 bottle for training 20 experts. Even when the Black Falcon Alliance hired advanced instructors from the White Tiger Dojo to teach 300 of their elite members, it didn't pay 1 million credits per month. Xiaofang's demand was simply daylight robbery. Your request is too expensive. Jiang Tianyuan frowned. He more or less understood God's domain. Hence, he knew just what kind of standards a 5th floor expert in God's domain possessed. Furthermore, the White Tiger Dojo's disciples were already combat experts. Even if they simply experimented themselves, they could easily reach the 5th floor. I am willing to offer 1 bottle for 100 players. The first session will include 500 players. At the very least, I want them to reach the trial tower's 6th floor within 1 month. Reaching the 6th floor within 1 month is too difficult. If you want all 500 to reach that standard, I'll take no less than 50 bottles. Otherwise, you'll have to find someone else, Hall Master Jiang. Xiaofan hadn't expected Jiang Tianyuan to be so familiar with God's domain. Unfortunately, his understanding wasn't sufficiently thorough. Reaching the trial tower's 6th floor was the equivalent of being an expert in a first-rate guild. Even with strong foundations, it would take a lot of training to reach such a standard. Of course, some players with extraordinary talent could do it in a short time. However, not everyone was so gifted. Moreover, nurturing 500 people would cost a frightening amount of resources. The Blackwater Corporation had invested an astronomical amount of manpower and resources to nurture their experts, yet the White Tiger Dojo wanted to offer a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to achieve the same. If he only charged 1 bottle per 100 people, he would very quickly go bankrupt. Seeing Xiaofan unwilling to yield, Jiang Tianyuan fell silent for a moment. "We can't possibly part with so many bottles. I can offer 10 at most. We can pay for the rest with credits," Jiang Tianyuan said, yielding slightly. S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely precious, even to the White Tiger Dojo. They used a large number during every national competition, not to mention international competitions. They did not have a lot to spare. "I will only accept S-rank nutrient fluids and harmony tea. If Hall Master Jiang cannot make this decision at the moment, I can wait until you return and discuss it with your colleagues," Xiaofan said resolutely. He had other ways to obtain credits. Moreover, he had already begun constructing his city. Once it was complete, the potential of virtual property would see explosive growth. At that time, he could easily rake in tons of credits. "Alright, then. I'll discuss it with the others once I return. However, I doubt that I'll receive a positive response," Jiang Tianyuan said, sighing. Following which, Xiaofan left the lounge. After Xiaofan left, someone else entered the lounge from a connected room. This man wore black and white martial artist robes. He felt indescribably approachable. The instant he entered this room, it felt as if the world revolved around him. "Hall Master, this kid simply doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Not only wasn't he grateful for your personal invitation, but his demands were also exorbitant." "Should I stir up some trouble for the Big Dipper Dojo?" the man asked angrily. "Forget it. I had only asked on a whim. Even if he agrees to my offer, the final decision rests with the head Hall Master. After all, the other Hall Masters have other recommendations," Jiang Tianyuan said as he waved off the angry man's concern. "Jinhai City is our problem now. With today's outcome, our plans have been interrupted. Tianji, you'll replace Chiwen as the branch manager here. Think of a way to restore the White Tiger Dojo's reputation here. Also, lead the first batch of disciples in God's domain and introduce them to the game. Help them acclimate to the game's mechanics. At the very least, make sure they aren't completely clueless when their training begins. Hall Master, rest assured, I have already seen to the necessary preparations. Every disciple has already been given an advanced virtual gaming helmet, while advanced disciples have access to virtual gaming cabins. By the time the other Hall Masters make their move, we will have gained a stable foothold in God's domain," the man named Tianji said, laughing. As soon as Xiaofan returned to the Greenwater Villa, he logged back into God's domain. He had just discovered some clues on how to proceed with his Tier 2 promotion quest. Meanwhile, Evil Fire's challenge posed too much of a threat. If he did not deal with it properly, he would become a laughingstock in White River City. It might even affect the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. He had no intentions of wasting today's results. Chapter 1303, Secret Alchemy Technique. In the quiet herb garden, Xiaofan discovered quite a few level 65, Tier 3 demonic guards and two-headed demonic hounds in the courtyard as he logged in. Unlike the demonic beasts wandering about, these demonic guards patrolled the inner courtyard in groups of 10, with 2 demonic hounds accompanying each group. Now, it was practically impossible to reach the tower safely. Demonic Guard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 65. HP 30-000-000/30-000-000. Two-headed demonic hound, dark creature, great lord. Level 65. HP 52-000-000/52-000-000. Even with Anna and Kite's assistance, taking on 12 great lords at the same time would be suicidal. What a tight security. This quest really isn't giving me any chances to break through. After observing the patrolling monster's pattern for over 10 minutes, Xiaofan smiled bitterly. Because he had ransacked the herb garden earlier, Raymond wouldn't give him a second chance. Demons were far more intelligent than demonic beasts. Even if he attracted only one demon's attention, the entire squad would charge at him. They would not give him any opportunities to pick them off one by one. Moreover, several squads patrolled the inner courtyard. The moment he set foot in the inner courtyard, he wouldn't have to face just one squad. At the very least, 3 or 4 squads would chase him down. Demons were very similar to NPCs. They were capable of cooperation. Hence, the more demons in an area, the more combat power they could exhibit. Even a 1,000-man team couldn't defeat so many Tier 3 demons at the same time, not to mention one person. It is impossible to reach the tower by force. I have no choice but to find a different way. Xiaofan temporarily gave up on the idea of breaking through the patrols. He then shifted his gaze to other locations. The inner courtyard was very large. Although there was only one main entrance, there were quite a few side entrances leading to the inner courtyard. Only, these side entrances were not as convenient as the main entrance, which led directly to the tower. As Xiaofan was about to move towards one of the side entrances to take a look, a noise in the courtyard distracted him. Turning, Xiaofan noticed 6 massive figures moving rapidly towards the herb garden. These figures didn't notice Xiaofan as they dashed towards the Silvermoon tree. These 6 massive figures were none other than the Silvermoon bears that had fled earlier. After returning to the Silvermoon tree, the Silvermoon bears lazed about. These Silvermoon bears still dare to return? Xiaofan was slightly confused as he watched the Silvermoon bears snooze peacefully. Although he had already killed off the Tier 3 demonic hunters that had guarded the garden earlier, the magic barrier Raymond had erected was still present. This magic array was a powerful deterrent against demonic beasts. This was also why Xiaofan could log out of the game without worry. Yet, the 6 Silvermoon bears had resisted and barged into the herb garden. Xiaofan had previously assumed that the Silvermoon bears had stayed close to the tree to protect the moonlight fruit. However, it would seem that was not the case. After all, he had already plundered everything the Silvermoon tree had to offer. That's not right. Why do these Silvermoon bears seem a little larger than the ones I saw from before? Seeing the slumbering Silvermoon bears, Xiaofan activated Omniscient Eyes. Silvermoon bear, demonic beast, great lord. Level 65. HP 80-000-000/80-000-000. These bears actually had 6 million more HP than the Silvermoon bears he had encountered earlier. Why have they grown stronger? Xiaofan was slightly confused. Monsters didn't grow stronger unless they underwent an evolution or became a mutant. However, it was very clear that neither scenario had happened to these bears. Could there be something special near the Silvermoon tree? But I don't think I felt anything different when I was harvesting the moonlight fruits. Xiaofan's curiosity grew. However, no matter how he racked his mind, he could only think of one possibility. There was no other explanation for why these Silvermoon bears would return to rest beside the Silvermoon tree shortly after he had killed the demonic hunters. Xiaofan then slowly approached the Silvermoon tree. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings using omniscient eyes constantly to spot for anything hidden. Although his senses did not pick up on anything when he had harvested the moonlight fruit, something may have hidden from his 5 senses. 80 yards. 75 yards. 70 yards. When Xiaofan was almost within the Silver Moon Bear's detection range, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient teleportation array. System, transferable locations, outer courtyard entrance requires 107 luminary shards, demon ceiling tower's first floor main hall requires 207 luminary shards, demon ceiling tower's research area requires 507 luminary shards. So, the 7 luminary shards serve this purpose as well. Realization dawned on Xiaofan when he heard the system notification. He thought the high teleportation fees were utterly fraudulent. Just teleporting to the demon ceiling tower's first floor cost 207 luminary shards. He could synthesize for 7 luminaries crystals with that amount. Currently, he only had 714 shards on him. He had no other choice. Either he paid the exorbitant fee or fought his way through the horde of demons. Xiaofan chose to teleport to the research area without hesitation. Although the price of 500 shards was high, the moon god was famed for its knowledge in alchemy and magic arrays. Every one of the moon god's recipes that circulated the world was extremely valuable. The various grandmaster alchemists coveted every one of these items. Needless to say, the moon god's research area would be extraordinary. Xiaofan naturally could not pass up the opportunity to ransack the moon god's research room just to save some 7 luminary shards. Immediately, Xiaofan's vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, he found himself inside a spacious, crystal hall. The walls gave off a faint, blue radiance. Even without sunlight, light filled the hall. System, you have discovered the research area. This is the research room? Xiaofan was slightly surprised as he surveyed his surroundings. There were 3 paths out of the hall, and each one led to a different location. One led to the alchemy room, another led to the research room, and the last was a hallway leading out of the research area. Xiaofan was immensely excited. As a god's private tower, there was bound to be treasure. Immediately, Xiaofan set off to explore the area. The moon god's alchemy room was like a whole new world. The room was as large as a football field, and there were all sorts of research materials and foundational books. There were also plenty of alchemy tools. Although the majority of the books and tools had been damaged beyond recognition due to the passing of time, the items that survived fascinated Xiaofan. Any random alchemy tool he picked up was at least secret silver rank. If sold on the market, they could easily fetch over 10 gold. There were over 300 secret silver tools. There was also a complete set of fine gold alchemy tools. The set was easily as valuable as an epic item. However, no one would be so foolish as to sell the set, regardless of the price. The alchemy tool's value paled in comparison to the books he found. To alchemists, these books were priceless. Among the books he found, 9 were introductions to basic secret alchemy techniques. There were also 2 books about advanced secret alchemy techniques. These tomes were similar to secret technique tablets, but they were much easier to learn than the secret technique tablets. In the past, even Shadow's master alchemists had only learned 2 or 3 basic secret alchemy techniques, and the guild had paid a massive price to do so. Among them, the best secret technique had cost 1 epic item to learn. Of course, this price guaranteed that one would learn the secret technique. If the technique had only allowed 1 player to learn it, it would have only cost a few hundred gold. If an advanced alchemist could learn 3 to 5 basic secret techniques, their chances of becoming a master would double at the very minimum. Anyone who learned the advanced secret techniques would be guaranteed to become a master alchemist. That is. Suddenly, Xiaofan noticed the surrounding mana flowing towards a dilapidated stone table a short distance away. The mana flow was slow and weak. If not for his improved physique after consuming the moonlight fruit, he would have been hard-pressed to notice this mana flow. Chapter 1304, Treasure Transforms. A thick layer of dust covered the stone tablet, and mana circulated around it. After taking a few steps towards the table, Xiaofan was assaulted by an immense pressure. This is divine might. Although the divine might was faint, and he only sensed it once he was within 10 yards of the table, Xiaofan could still feel himself grow a little sluggish. He was excited. Items only exuded divine might if they were frequently used or painstakingly crafted by a god. Needless to say, any item a god favored would be valuable. While resisting the divine might, Xiaofan started to tidy up the table. Although divine might was very powerful, the table only exuded a very faint trace of it. Xiaofan could still move normally as he stood less than a yard away from the table. Very quickly, Xiaofan removed most of the dust covering the table. Books and materials littered the table. However, due to the passing of time, these items had long since eroded. Aside from some mysterious patterns carved into the table, Xiaofan could not find anything noteworthy. Could the table itself be exuding the divine might? Xiaofan could not help but frown. He could already tell that the table before him was a treasure. The faint trace of mana around the table would definitely aid refining and synthesis work. The table might even have other function that he hadn't noticed yet. In any case, it was undoubtedly useful for alchemists. Only, the stone table wasn't like other items. It could not be stored in a player's bag space. If Xiaofan wanted to take it with him, he would have to carry it. Clearly, this wasn't a viable option. The alchemy table was the size of a pool table. Even if he could carry it, he did not have the leeway to carry it around with him. If I can equip one of the special alchemy rooms with this table, it could help the trading firm's alchemists. Xiaofan struggled with his disappointment. Aside from alchemy tools, items such as this alchemy table were extremely precious. A good alchemy table could be as helpful as a basic secret alchemy technique. However, since Xiaofan could not take the table with him, he had no choice but to take out the soul orb and absorb it. Since the alchemy table radiated divine might, it could be considered as a god crystal. One of the reasons he had chosen the Asura mode promotion quest was to obtain a large number of god crystals to lift the demon god Paimon's seal. Please let it absorb this table. Xiaofan silently prayed. He then clicked the Absorb Divine Power button on the soul orb's interface and selected the alchemy table as the target. Currently, no one owned the alchemy table. Xiaofan wasn't sure if the soul orb could actually absorb an ownerless item. After all, he had never tried. The soul orb immediately began to emit a dark smoke, which soon enveloped the table. However, even after several seconds, there was no indication that the smoke was devouring its target. Don't tell me it's not possible, Xiaofan muttered worriedly. As soon as Xiaofan had said so, however, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to allow the soul orb devour the magic alchemy table? Without hesitation, Xiaofan clicked the Agree button. The magic alchemy table might even be more valuable than an epic weapon, but it was worthless if Xiaofan couldn't take it with him. He would rather sacrifice such a treasure to lift the seal on the soul orb than leave it behind. As Xiaofan clicked Agree, the magic alchemy table began to radiate a golden glow. It was clearly trying to resist. Unfortunately, the soul orb was the fragment of the treasure of illusion, an item on par with a godly relic. How could a measly magic alchemy table resist it? In the next moment, the magic alchemy table melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Streams of golden air flowed into the soul orb. In less than a minute, the magic alchemy table had vanished. Meanwhile, the soul orb statistics had changed slightly. Aside from the absorbed god crystal counter increasing from 0 to 1, it now only required 95 player souls to form a drop of soul water. Absorbing god crystals has other effects? Xiaofan could not help his surprise. He was instantly ecstatic. If he didn't need to absorb as many souls, he could craft soul water much faster. Once he finished absorbing the magic alchemy table, he activated omniscient eyes to search the room once again. If he relied only on his 5 senses, it would take him a long time to find other items like the magic alchemy table. He might even miss some. With the omniscient eyes, however, nothing within 100 yards of him could hide. Charlene didn't lie to me. A god's previous residence has plenty of god crystals to offer. After activating omniscient eyes, Xiaofan discovered another potential god crystal. This one was a broken chair. Xiaofan hadn't noticed the divine might radiating from it earlier due to a suppression magic array, and since it was a broken chair, he hadn't paid any attention to it. Following which, Xiaofan absorbed this broken chair, increasing the god crystal counter to 2. To ensure that he didn't miss any god crystals, Xiaofan scoured the alchemy room. He scanned the entire room with omniscient eyes again and again. This is surprising. A single room had 4 god crystals. This is a huge harvest. Xiaofang's eyes burned with excitement when he saw that the soul orb only needed 6 more god crystals to remove Paymon's seal. He only needed 80 souls now to produce a drop of soul water. The soul orb had been one of the 7 treasures. However, due to demon god Paimon, it couldn't exert its true strength. The Flower of 7 Sins had nurtured hundreds of experts in the past, even without unlocking the soul orb's full potential. If Xiaofan could use the soul orb without fear of repercussions, the outcome would be incredible. After sweeping through the alchemy room, Xiaofan made his way towards the research room. The research room was far more luxurious than the alchemy room as it had been used to invent high-end alchemical products. Until now, the only known location that could help players surpass the master threshold to become grandmasters were Titan City's special rooms. As soon as Xiaofan entered the research room, he froze. Why is he here? Xiaofan felt as if he had just fallen into a death trap when he saw the familiar figure wandering around the research room. This figure was none other than the dark wizard Raymond. Currently, Raymond was in the midst of concocting a potion. Fortunately for Xiaofan, Raymond was very focused on his task. Including the several bookshelves that served as cover in the magic arrays to prevent interruption, Raymond did not discover Xiaofan immediately. Even so, Xiaofan could feel a headache brewing. The research room was different from the alchemy room. It had been well maintained and was in excellent condition. Needless to say, this room contained several treasures. Even without using omniscient eyes, Xiaofan had already noticed 2 potential god crystals. If he used omniscient eyes, he would discover many more. He might even find enough to lift the soul orb's seal and still have some to repair other items. Not to mention, the moon god was famous for its alchemy research. Needless to say, the moon god had spent a lot of time in this room. Should I go in, or not? Xiaofan knew that if he moved another 10 yards into the room, Raymond would discover him. If he were discovered, he would die. As Xiaofan considered his options, an NPC alchemist, who assisted Raymond, began to walk towards Xiaofan. Crap! Have I been discovered? Chapter 1305, Perfecting Sword's Orbit. Xiaofan frowned as he watched the NPC alchemist approach. However, since this NPC alchemist didn't seem to be in a hurry, it did not seem as if he had been discovered. Unfortunately, the fact that the NPC was heading towards him was still a problem. Although the alchemist before him wasn't as terrifying as Raymond, it was still astoundingly powerful. Baron Wuxia, human, Great Mage. Level 70. HP 7 450 000/7 450 000. NPCs might have less HP than monsters and demons of the same level, but when it came to combat techniques and the number of skills they possessed, NPCs were leaps and bounds above monsters and demons. While many experts could contend with Tier 3 monsters, if they tried fighting a Tier 3 NPC, they would be snuffed out of existence. Players' most hated enemies were NPCs. Although the research room was large, there was no place for Xiaofan to hide. Moreover, there was only one path behind him. He couldn't avoid Baron Wuxia's detection. With no other choice, Xiaofan retreated from the room temporarily. He planned to hide in the alchemy room while he thought of another way to loot the research room. However, after leaving the research room, Xiaofan discovered a magic barrier sealing off the path towards the alchemy room. Unfortunately, the hallway he was in was void of obstructions. One could see everything in it with a single glance. Should I leave the tower for now? Xiaofan glanced towards the path leading outside. However, he quickly shook the thought from his mind. The path to the alchemy room had been sealed off after he had explored and left it. If he left the research area now, he might not be able to get back in. If that happened, he would lose his opportunity to explore the research room. Aside from the god crystals, precious alchemy tools, and research materials the research room contained, Raymond's 7 luminary source stone was enough of a reason to keep Xiaofan from leaving. After all, how was he supposed to deal with the Demon King without it? It seems that I have no choice but to fight. Xiaofang's gaze drifted back to the research room's door. With the situation as it was, both of his available options would lead to his death. His only hope was to defeat Baron Wuxia. He'd fail his quest if he didn't. Following which, Xiaofan summoned Anna and Kite. When he had used the teleportation array to enter the tower earlier, Anna and Kite hadn't teleported with him. They should both still be in the herb garden, so he needed to summon them once again. Although Anna and Kite were not as high-tiered as Baron Wuxia, their combat power was no weaker than an ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. Xiaofan had only wanted to avoid a fight with the NPC alchemist for fear of attracting Raymond's attention. If Raymond noticed him, only death would await him. However, now that he had retreated quite a distance away from the research room, he didn't need to hold back. I can't summon them. Xiaofan looked at the 2 unresponsive summon guard scrolls in his hands, his chest tightening. Suddenly, the door to the research room opened slowly. The hallway was less than 40 yards long. As soon as the Baron Wuxia left the research room, he noticed Xiaofan. Despicable intruder. You dare intrude on this holy land. Guards! Baron Wuxia shouted. Baron Wuxia was very loud, and his voice echoed throughout the research area. Damn it! Xiaofan hadn't considered that Baron Wuxia would call for reinforcements. Not only couldn't he summon his personal guards, but now, he also had to deal with more enemies. Fortunately, a magic array isolated the research room from the outside world. No one within the room would hear them out here. Xiaofan reacted quickly. Immediately, he activated the aura of time's absolute time, preventing all enemies within range from using any spells or tools. NPCs were no exception. Heavenly Dragon's power. Blade liberation. Instant strike. Xiaofan wouldn't be careless against a Tier 3 NPC. Moreover, now that Baron Wuxia had called for reinforcements, he would die if he didn't end this before more enemies showed up. He instantly activated twofold Berserk, his basic attributes skyrocketing. With the buff, his basic attributes far surpassed any Tier 3 player of the same level. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofan appeared before Baron Wuxia. Sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars appeared around Xiaofan, resplendent and eye-catching. As Xiaofan executed Sword's orbit, he felt the technique reach new heights. After consuming 5 moonlight fruits, his physique had permanently improved by 10%. He now had the physique of a Tier 2 player. Hence, his physical control and flexibility had skyrocketed. Baron Wuxia drowned in starlight. However, Baron Wuxia was a Tier 3 great mage. Even though he had been silenced, he still had the basic attributes of a Tier 3 NPC. His physical attacks with his staff still posed a threat. In God's domain, although magical classes typically bombarded their enemies with spells, that did not mean they were incapable of melee combat. They were just not fond of it. Silencing a magical class would drastically weaken their combat power. Unfortunately for Xiaofan, Baron Wuxia was extremely adept with his staff, defending and attacking. It was clear that he was executing some kind of advanced combat technique. Players might not be able to predict Sword's orbit's attack trajectories, but the combat technique was nothing to Baron Wuxia. The NPC deflected every one of Xiaofan's attacks. What a brilliant defensive combat technique! Xiaofan was surprised. He had never thought that Baron Wuxia had grasped a combat technique. However, at the end of the day, Instant Strike was a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, Sword's orbit had grown stronger. Even if Baron Wuxia focused on defense, he couldn't keep up with Xiaofan's lightning-quick attacks. Among the 6 strikes Xiaofan had sent at the mage, 3 had found their targets. With his cloth armor and weak defense, 3 massive damages appeared above Baron Wuxia's head. -91,618. -184,983. -93,189. In the blink of an eye, Baron Wuxia's HP bar had dropped by a sizable chunk. After taking damage, Baron Wuxia's anxiety surfaced on his pale features. Immediately, he began to retreat towards the research room while shouting, "Guards! Guards! Don't even think about running back into the room." Xiaofan quickly circled to Baron Wuxia's back. Both the abyssal blade and killing ray bit into the mage, the impact sending the NPC flying over a dozen yards away, increasing the distance between Baron Wuxia and the research room. Realizing that he was in trouble, Baron Wuxia wisely fell in the opposite direction. However, Xiaofan didn't give the NPC the opportunity to get away as he pointed the abyssal blade at the NPC. Abyssal bind. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound Baron Wuxia, holding him still for Xiaofan. Phantom kill. 9 dragon slash. Unable to defend himself for 3 full seconds, Baron Wuxia's HP decreased rapidly. 95%. 90%. 80%. However, despite dealing frightening amounts of damage, Xiaofan did not feel the pressure on him decrease in the slightest. When absolute time's 30-second duration ran out, Baron Wuxia would be able to save himself. Xiaofan needed to kill the NPC before he ran out of time. Furthermore, absolute time was only fully effective against enemies of the same tier. Against Baron Wuxia, it wouldn't be as effective. According to Xiaofan's estimates, he'd be lucky if the skill silenced Baron Wuxia for half of the duration. Trying to kill Baron Wuxia in 15 seconds would test Xiaofan's explosive power. When Abyssal Bind and Instant Strike's duration ran out, Baron Wuxia sneered at his enemy. "Despicable intruder, I'm going to offer you to Lord Raymond as a guinea pig." Baron Wuxia retreated while blocking Xiaofan's attacks, which had slowed significantly. "Guards! Get over here and save me." Baron Wuxia was only 20 yards away from the hallway's exit. Xiaofan had only dealt so much damage and overcome Baron Wuxia's defensive technique due to Instant Strike increasing his attack speed by 500% and damage by 400%. Now that the taboo skill was on cooldown, Baron Wuxia had a much easier time defending himself. Even against Xiaofan and his doppelganger, Baron Wuxia easily blocked half of the attacks. When Baron Wuxia's HP fell to 43% and the NPC was about to leave the hallway, Xiaofan used everything he had left. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, as if Baron Wuxia had just stepped in muck, he couldn't move or attack. Dragon Breath. Divine Providence. Both Xiaofan and his doppelganger used Flame Burst simultaneously and dealt a total of 30 devastating attacks. Every attack devoured over 100,000 of Baron Woka's HP. Eventually, the NPC alchemist's HP fell to 0. Baron Woka glared at Xiaofan with reluctance as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1306, Unforgivable Person. The instant Baron Woka's body hit the ground, a golden glow enveloped Xiaofan's body as his experience bar increased from 82% of level 50 to 4% of level 51. He obtained more EXP from the NPC alchemist than from the 2 Tier 3 demonic hunters he had killed earlier. Suddenly, Xiaofan heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have killed the fallen Baron Woka. You may head to the Alchemists Association at a later time to retrieve the Hand of Alchemy as your reward. So, he was a fallen. No wonder why he gave so much EXP. Realization dawned on Xiaofan as he read the system notification. He was also ecstatic. Fallen was a very rare title in God's domain as it was akin to receiving a bounty from the human race as a whole. The Fallen had committed far more severe crimes against the human race than dark players. Normally, one only gained this title after destroying an NPC city. Obviously, anything capable of destroying an entire NPC city had to be terrifyingly powerful. In fact, it was very easy to tell how powerful Baron Woka actually was by his defensive combat technique. If not for absolute time silence effect, Xiaofan wouldn't even have a corpse to speak of right now. As Baron Woka died, a pile of items had appeared around his corpse. At a glance, Xiaofan counted at least 50 items. What a rich NPC! Xiaofan was stunned. Although the majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones, these gemstones were extraordinary. Even the most inferior among them were Tier 3. Several rare gemstones had also dropped. The mana gemstone was one example. When equipped, the mana gemstone increased a player's maximum mana by 3%. Each player could equip a maximum of 3 mana gemstones. In the past, these gemstones easily fetched over 200 gold on the market. They had never gone out of style. There was also the magic barrier gemstone. When equipped, it would wrap players in a magic barrier that reduced all damage received by 2%. As with other gemstones, only 3 could be equipped at a time. It was an amazing gemstone for MTs. In the past, each had sold for 400 gold. Lastly, there was the dexterity gemstone. When equipped, it improved a player's physique by 1%. It was also the most expensive gemstone on the market, with each easily selling for 1,000 gold in the past. However, it was as difficult to obtain as it was expensive. Shadow had only ever gotten its hands on a total of 11 dexterity gemstones in the past. Yet, Xiaofan had just obtained 4 dexterity gemstones by killing Baron Woka. Xiaofan had also obtained 6 mana gemstones and 5 magic barrier gemstones. Including the other Tier 3 attribute gemstones and slightly rare gemstones, overall, Xiaofan had earned over 10,000 gold's worth of gemstones by killing Baron Woka. Baron Woka had dropped 3 other items as well, 2 of which were equipment. One of the 2 pieces of equipment was a level 60 fine gold ring called Chanter's Ring. Although its basic attributes were average at best, when equipped, it increased the wearer's spellcasting speed by 2%. It was an effect that magic classes were desperate for. The other piece of equipment was a cape called Alchemist's Pledge. Although it was only a level 50 fine gold cape, and its basic attributes were very poor, the cape had 2 passive skills that any alchemist would want: Mental Focus and Soul of Alchemy. Mental Focus increased the wearer's focus when carrying out a task. Although it didn't seem like a special effect, it was even more useful than high mana density when one crafted items. Soul of Alchemy was even more impressive. The skill increased the wearer's alchemical success rate by 3% and production speed by 30%. With these passive skills, it would be a piece of cake for alchemists to raise their proficiency quickly. Moreover, these skills would assist players with their promotion to Master and Grandmaster rank. I can offer the Alchemist's Pledge as the benefit for the trading firm's chief alchemist. Xiaofan smiled. Any guild or trading firm that wanted its members to improve quickly needed to provide a competitive environment. To gain this competitive edge, they needed to offer powerful benefits as motivation. While the Candlelight trading firm offered various benefits, none of them were unique. Its benefits weren't particularly tempting to the truly excellent lifestyle players out there. However, if he offered the Alchemist's Pledge as a benefit for becoming Candlelight's chief alchemist, it would spark a burning passion in the trading firm's alchemists. He also had secret alchemy techniques. He could similarly use these techniques as a reward for alchemists who performed well. Following which, Xiaofan picked up the last item Baron Wuxia had dropped. This item was an old, grey key. It was clear that it had originated from an ancient era and hadn't truly belonged to Baron Wuxia. Xiaofan then clicked to check the item's introduction. However, he discovered that the item couldn't be appraised. Cannot be appraised? What kind of key is this? Xiaofan's curiosity grew. Omniscient eyes. The system reported that he would need 20 seconds to appraise the key. The duration was even longer than when he appraised epic items. Time passed quickly. When the loading bar was finally complete, the grey key transformed. The key started to radiate a faint, golden glow. Moon God's secret key, unique. Possesses the power to control all magic arrays in the Moonlight Courtyard. Can also be used to lock or unlock the Moonlight Courtyard's rooms. So, they could enter and leave this place freely due to this key. Realization dawned on Xiaofan. The Moon God created the Moonlight Courtyard. Even if the Moon God were no longer here, not just any entity could take up residence in the courtyard due to its many powerful traps. Even someone as powerful as Raymond would lose his life if he accidentally triggered a trap. However, it was a different story if Raymond had the Moon God's secret key. With this, he could move around the Moonlight Courtyard as if it were his own backyard. Raymond must have asked Baron Wuxia to pick something up for him. This is a convenient development. Xiaofan suddenly thought of a plan to obtain the 7 Luminary Source Stone. The 7 Luminary Source Stone was the key component for completing his promotion quest. Without it, sealing the Demon King was practically impossible. Xiaofan hadn't had a way to secure the stone as he wasn't strong enough to take our Raymond. However, the situation had changed. With the Moon God's secret key, he had full control over the Moonlight Courtyard. First, Xiaofan had to rest. Since he had activated twofold Berserk, he was currently in a weakened state, his attributes having decreased significantly. With his current attributes, he wouldn't even have time to react to Raymond's casual attacks, much less steal the 7 Luminary Source Stone. With nothing better to do in the meantime, Xiaofan logged out of God's domain and entered his offline space. Unlike in the Dark Canyon, he still had access to his communication system in the offline space. The moment Xiaofan logged out of God's domain, he received a series of system notifications, all of which were messages from within God's domain. Overall, he had received dozens of messages and several communication requests. Why are so many people trying to contact me? Xiaofan gave the notifications an odd look. Aside from Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Phoenix Rain had even sent him urgent messages. Moreover, she had tried to call him 3 times. Has something happened? Xiaofan opened his friends list and called Aqua Rose. Chapter 1307, Qualitatively Changing a Town. Inside the dim offline space, a few seconds after Xiaofan made the call request, Aqua Rose connected to the video call. Currently, the video showed Aqua Rose out in the field, a slightly anxious expression on her face. Moreover, the sounds of an intense battle seemed to come from every direction. Guild leader, your communication system is finally up, Aqua Rose said, sighing with relief. Her frown relaxed slightly. I was prepared to send Blackie to go and knock on your cabin. Has something happened? Xiaofan asked as he examined Aqua Rose's tired expression. He had logged back into God's domain a short time ago, and before he had returned, he hadn't received a single message, yet as soon as he logged out, so many people had tried to contact him. Whatever Aqua Rose wanted to talk about, it must be important. Otherwise, with Aqua Rose's capabilities, she would have solved the problem without contacting him. Since Gentle Snow had joined Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had a much easier time managing the guild's affairs. This was even after taking into account the guild's expansion. In fact, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were so capable that they could solve many issues without his help. Hence, he had been able to challenge his promotion quest without worrying about his guild. Not long ago, Heaven's Burial gained access to Evernight City. They've turned the Frozen Scar map into an Asura mode regional dungeon. Based on the information Evernight City published, a guild can gain access to the city once they kill the Frost King, the regional dungeon's final boss. Every large guild is focusing on raiding the regional dungeon. Quite a few superpowers have set their sights on this dark city. The competition in Frozen Scar is intense. I suggest that we pull Snow away from Lake Heart City and gather Zero Wing's forces in Frozen Scar. However, Snow has reported that the situation in Lake Heart City has started to improve, and she can't step away at the moment. I led a portion of our main forces into Frozen Scar, but we're having difficulty competing with those superpowers. Moreover, quite a few dark players have been slaughtering players around White River City, striking fear into the residents' hearts. Some players have even migrated to Star Moon City. We've dispatched quite a few experts to deal with the situation, but that means that I have even less manpower at my disposal. Evernight City was the only dark city in Star Moon Kingdom. It offered a few privileges that most ordinary NPC cities lacked. One of which was a teleportation array connected to Evernight City, which guilds could gain access to once they had enough reputation. The city would build this array in one of the guild's towns or cities, allowing the guild's players to teleport from the guild town or city to Evernight City with ease. Moreover, as a guild increased its status in Evernight City, it would gain access to more teleportation arrays. Ordinary NPC cities didn't have such a privilege to offer. Not only was this convenient for guilds, but it would also aid in their development. There wasn't a lot of distance between Star Moon City and Evernight City. Many players could use Evernight City as a waypoint to reach farther guild towns and grind in the nearby high-level maps without traveling for dozens of hours. Rather than put down roots in a particular guild town permanently, players could treat it like a temporary rest point, moving their operations at a moment's notice if necessary. Independent players would swarm to a guild town tethered to Evernight City, boosting the town's development. Access to Evernight City? Xiaofan immediately came to a realization. It was no wonder why Aqua Rose was so nervous. Even Phoenix Rain had tried to contact him several times. If Zero Wing could gain access to Evernight City and secure a teleportation array for Stone Forest Town, it would transform the town. Of course, this was true for other guilds as well. It was no wonder why so many guilds were going mad over this matter. Even the various superpowers wanted in on the action. Guild leader, I'd like Snow to shift her focus away from Lake Heart City for now. If the other guilds kill the Frost King, it will become very difficult for us to gain access to Evernight City, Aqua Rose explained. No. Snow has to keep her focus in Lake Heart, Xiaofan said, shaking his head. As for you, give up on raiding Frozen Scar for now. Give up? Xiaofang's decision stunned Aqua Rose. Stone Forest Town had only become the #1 town in Star Moon Kingdom after overcoming many challenges. If they let the another guild kill the Frost King before them, they might not be able to maintain Stone Forest Town's position. That's right. give up on raiding the Frost King. Instead, figure out a way to raid Blizzard Fortress, the team dungeon in the Frozen Scar. Try to get the first clear if possible. Xiaofan nodded. Guild leader, that's a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Aqua Rose was astonished. By the time we obtain the first clear, someone else will kill the Frost King. A level 50, 100-man team dungeon was a massive challenge to any guild at this stage of the game. Raiding one was far more difficult than raiding the Frost King. Based on their investigation, the Frost King was only a level 53 Grand Lord. The only reason it hadn't been raided yet was that no one had found its hiding place deep within the Frozen Scar. Players needed to kill many monsters and bosses in order to reach the final boss. Taking into account the Frozen Scar's severe environment, which increased players' stamina consumption by several times, progress to reach the Frost King was quite slow. They would be crazy to ignore the Frost King, the easier raid target, to challenge the Blizzard Fortress instead. The Frost King is an Ice-type boss. Fighting it without very high ice resistance is nearly impossible, but the weapons and equipment that drop in the Blizzard Fortress are somewhat unique. Almost every item offers high ice resistance. If we have these items, it'll be much easier to raid the Frost King. In any case, with so many guilds in the running, the competition won't conclude for some time. We'll use this opportunity to bolster our team's strength. It won't be too late to raid the Frost King once we've done so, Xiaofan said, smiling. He did not bother to explain further details. Alright, I understand. I'll try to raid the Blizzard Fortress as quickly as possible. In reality, Aqua Rose still had her doubts. She knew that they had tons of Sea God's blessings in the guild warehouse. The potion could significantly increase a player's resistances. However, since Xiaofan had given her an order, it wouldn't be wise to insist against it. She could only try to raid the dungeon as quickly as possible. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call. Meanwhile, Xiaofan smiled wryly at Aqua Rose's confusion. He could not reveal too much information. After all, no one had actually raided the Frost King yet. He couldn't just come out and say that players needed a minimum of 300 points of ice resistance to raid the boss. With such a high requirement, not even stacking 2 bottles of Sea God's blessing would be enough. They needed other weapons and equipment to supplement for the missing points. Otherwise, players wouldn't stand a chance against the Frost King. Many guilds had contested for the right to enter Evernight City in the past as well. Similarly, these guilds had focused on clearing a straight path towards the Frost King, expending tons of manpower and resources in the process. However, only after encountering the Frost King did everyone realize how much of a nightmare the boss truly was. In the end, despite only being a Grand Lord, the Frost King had wiped out an army of hundreds of thousands of elite players, transforming them into ice sculptures. However, the fact that Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City concerned Xiaofan. When Evernight City had surfaced in the past, over 20 days had passed before the first guild had gained access to the city, yet it had only been a few days, and Heaven's Burial had already entered the city. It was inconceivable. To make matters worse, the first guild to gain access enjoyed additional benefits, which would make it far easier to gain guild reputation in Evernight City. It wouldn't be long before Heaven's Burial connected its guild town to Evernight City. This won't do. I need to hurry. After a 2-hour nap, Xiaofan logged into God's domain once more. Chapter 1308, Challenging the Dark Wizard. I recovered faster than I expected. When Xiaofan logged back into God's domain, he inspected his status window, noticing that his weakened state was already gone. He was back at his peak. Although the increased time flow in the Dark Canyon was part of the reason for his speedy recovery, the research area's high mana density, which was much higher than in the outside world, had helped. As a result, his weakened state's duration had decreased significantly. Following which, Xiaofan took 2 sea gods' blessing bottles from his bag and consumed them, his resistances, particularly magic resistance, increasing by a total of 150 points. He then retrieved an acceleration scroll and gave himself the acceleration buff. Following which, he switched his swordsmanship master title to the basic tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30 points, stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. After making a series of adjustments, Xiaofan pushed his basic attributes and movement speed to his current limit. While Xiaofan had rested in his offline space, he had thought about how he would go about stealing the 7 luminary source stone. He had run through several simulations in his mind, afraid of the unexpected. A Tier 5 Grand Wizard was an extremely dangerous opponent. The slightest mistake would result in his death. While Xiaofan did not mind dying, his death would result in the loss of the soul orb. If he lost the soul orb now, he did not know how long it would take to find another one of the 7 treasures again. He couldn't lose the soul orb now. Hopefully, the system won't try to mess with me. Xiaofan then carefully opened the research room door and snuck in. Raymond was still immersed in his alchemy in the room. He had blocked every distraction from his mind as he focused on his research. Meanwhile, he had placed the 7 luminary source stone above a research table in the center of a small, crimson magic array not far from him. This small magic array utilized the 7 luminary source stone as a power source, supplying the mana Raymond needed to craft his item. Xiaofan did not rush to snatch the 7 luminary source stone. Instead, he quietly examined the room's layout and the items around the room. As a God's domain expert, the first thing he needed to do when encountering a foreign environment was to adapt. This way, he could exert his maximum combat potential during a fight. This time, however, Xiaofan didn't observe his surroundings just to adapt, but to locate the research room's treasures as well. He had only reached the Moon God's research room, which had been excellently maintained, after many challenges. He'd do himself a disservice if he stole the 7 luminary source stone and ignored everything else. Every item in the research room was sorely tempting. The alchemy tools on the research tables alone were dark gold rank. Even after a decade of playing God's domain, such tools had been incredibly precious. Every alchemist constantly hunted such treasures. Xiaofan even spotted a complete set on one of the research tables. Aside from the alchemy tools, the research room had quite a few items that radiated divine might. The Moon God must have used them all frequently. Any one of these items could easily sell for over 100,000 magic crystals in an auction. There were also quite a few tattered designs on an experiment table. These designs had been crafted with extremely valuable materials. Rather than the standard sheepskin parchment, the designs had been drawn on dragon skin. Only gods would dare use a dragon's skin as parchment. Fortunately, dragon skin parchment would survive storage for tens of thousands of years. As he carefully analyzed the research room, shock bubbled in Xiaofan's chest. The research room was a treasure trove. It could likely rival the fallen Arkansas. If only the dark wizard Raymond weren't present. Raymond finally completed the item he had been working on. A golden ring, with a jewel radiating a 7-colored brilliance in its center, floated in the air before him. The jewel also released a frightening pressure. Even Xiaofan, who stood far outside of the research room's magic array, felt a significant weight bearing down on him. What is that? Xiaofan stared at the golden ring curiously. Very few items in God's domain, aside from items gods had used, emitted that kind of pressure. Every one of these items was a masterpiece. The golden ring's pressure could even rival divine might. After completing the ring, Raymond's hands stopped moving as he began to chant an incantation. A 4-fold magic array then appeared above the golden ring, absorbing the surrounding mana and forcing it into the ring. Like a massive whale taking a breath, the golden ring sucked in the dense mana, yet despite absorbing so much, the ring showed no signs of slowing. A chance. Watching the golden ring absorb mana, Xiaofan knew that this the crucial moment to act. If he missed this opportunity, he wasn't likely to get another. Immediately, Xiaofan activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger stay near the research room's entrance, keeping the door open. He then dashed towards Raymond. Raymond, Dark Shaman King, Human, Grand Wizard. Level 72. HP. / Although Raymond was only level 72, he was a Tier 5 NPC. He detected the fluctuations in the magic array almost immediately, which Xiaofan had caused as he ran through it. When Raymond realized that he had an intruder, his gaze turned cold. Die. Without hesitation, Raymond waved his wrinkled arm and gestured towards Xiaofan. 5 magic arrays of different colors formed at his fingertips, overlapping. The amount of mana around Raymond's palm even made Xiaofan shudder with fear. This is insane. He's using Elemental Crush, right off the bat. As soon as Xiaofan saw the 5 magic arrays, he recognized the spell. Elemental Crush was a Tier 5, miniature destruction spell. Although the attack's range wasn't large, it was even more frightening than a Tier 5, large-scale destruction spell. If struck, even MTs of the same tier and level would lose half of their HP instantly. However, the spell had a flaw: its runes were overly complex. The chant was also quite long. Tier 5 Grand Wizards didn't usually use this spell in PvP. However, Raymond could forego both the incantation and runes, casting the spell instantly. Suddenly, space around Xiaofan started to crumble. Everything around him turned dark. In the blink of an eye, everything within 30 yards had been turned to dust. However, just as Raymond thought he had dealt with the intruder and was about to return his focus to the magic array above the golden ring, a figure appeared before him. Close 1. Xiaofan could not help but glance at his previous position, fear lingering in his heart. Fortunately, he had Instant Strike, which allowed him to teleport to his target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged the spell with his movement speed. Despicable mortal, die. Realizing that Xiaofan was still alive, Raymond grew serious as he activated his domain. In God's domain, there was a saying that those without domains were nothing more than ants underfoot. As long as one activated a domain, they could suppress their enemies. Against weaker opponents, it would be a one-sided slaughter. However, Xiaofan had prepared for Raymond's domain. As soon as he appeared before Raymond, he activated Absolute Time, freezing the area's mana. Even the Dark Shaman King couldn't access the mana. Raymond's spreading domain crumbled instantly. Xiaofan sighed with relief. He knew that Absolute Time wouldn't silence Raymond for more than 10 seconds. He could accept that as long as it was effective against the NPC for even a brief moment. Without hesitation, Xiaofan activated Power of Darkness and Windwalk before dashing towards the 7 Luminary Source Stone. Damnable ant. Seeing Xiaofan run past him, flames of rage burned in Raymond's eyes as he smashed the black, metallic staff in his other hand towards Xiaofan. Although Raymond couldn't use his spells, Raymond's physique, strength, and speed were leaps and bounds above the swordsman's. Even without using combat techniques, he could kill Xiaofan instantly. Pang! A metallic clang echoed when the staff crashed into Xiaofan. However, the staff stopped half an inch before Xiaofan, unable to proceed. Defensive Blade. Raymond was helpless against this move. He was a magical class. Without his spells, he couldn't deplete Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. He could only smash his staff into Xiaofan repeatedly to deplete the block counts. This gave Xiaofan enough time to reach the 7 Luminary Source Stone above the research table. With lightning-quick reactions, Xiaofan grabbed the Source Stone and stored it in his bag space. He then turned and fled to another research table. Bastard! You bastard! You dare steal what's mine! Do you think someone like you can last against me for long? Suddenly, Raymond's white hair darkened to black. His wrinkles started to smooth as he began to appear youthful. His aura also seemed to grow more powerful. Taste the wrath of the Dark Shaman King. Chapter 1309, Ring of Gospel. As soon as Raymond finished speaking, a crisp shattering sound rang out inside the research room. The previously frozen mana in the room promptly went berserk, surging towards Raymond. Meanwhile, Raymond began transforming from an elderly man into a dignified youth at a rate visible to the naked eye. In simple terms, the silence effect was achieved through freezing the target's mana flow or retarding it considerably. For Raymond, someone who had gazed into the abyss of magic, resolving such a situation was not a difficult task. Meanwhile, one of the most effective ways to remove a silence debuff was to forcibly break free from the restrictions placed on their mana. This was also the reason why the silence debuff was very weak against high-tiered existences. Disappear from this world. At this moment, not only was Raymond chanting an incantation, but he was also writing runes in midair. Meanwhile, both his chanting and writing speeds were beyond anything Xiaofan had ever seen before. Despite Xiaofan having activated a berserk skill and being under the effect of various acceleration skills, before he could even reach the next research table, for magic arrays had already appeared around Raymond. Meanwhile, each magic array gathered a frightening amount of mana. If Phoenix Rain were present right now, she would definitely be stupefied by this scene. The reason for this was the technique Raymond had just displayed. It was literally the ideal sought after by all magical class players. Quadruple speed casting. Moreover, every spell Raymond cast was a Tier 5 spell capable of heavily injuring Tier 5 classes. If struck by all 4 spells, even a Tier 5 player would die instantly. In the next moment, spatial tiers formed around Xiaofan, surrounding him. Following which, flames, lightning, and ice began descending from above, sealing off Xiaofan's paths of retreat completely. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out in the research room in rapid succession. If not for this room being the creation of the moon god, it would have been reduced to a pile of rubble already. However, after suffering this bombardment, Xiaofan still managed to arrive at the research table safely, where he frantically grabbed everything he could. He did not pay attention to what his hands picked up as he tossed everything into his bag. He even went as far as implementing Sword's Orbit with his arms to increase his looting efficiency. After plundering everything on the research table, he headed straight for the experiment table with the dragon skin parchments on it. Damnable ant! Who gave you the 7 luminaries ring? Raymond shouted reflexively in both surprise and rage when he noticed the golden divine runes flowing around Xiaofan's body. In the next instant, however, Raymond's eyes turned red with greed and passion. Don't think that the 7 luminaries ring's power can save you. Before me, nobody can escape. If you hand over the 7 luminaries ring now, I can promise to turn you into my servant and let you have the opportunity to come into contact with the abyss of magic. However, Xiaofan did not respond to Raymond's demand as he continued his looting operation without pause. Xiaofan knew full well that the aura of Earth's absolute defense would not last long. Moreover, even skills that provided invulnerability couldn't offer unlimited protection against someone like the Black Shaman King. After all, nothing was truly invulnerable. It was only a matter of whether one was strong enough to overcome a particular invulnerability effect. If the 7 luminaries ring he possessed right now were the real deal, needless to say, defending against Raymond's attacks would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 luminaries ring he possessed was a replica, it wasn't a godly relic. Just being able to ward off Raymond's quadruple casting was already fortunate. If Raymond really got serious, absolute defense most likely wouldn't be able to stop the NPC's attacks. Since you're not willing to hand it over, become my living puppet. Raymond began chanting once again. Unlike before, however, his chanting speed was not particularly fast this time. Moreover, the runes he wrote were incomparably complex. Even Xiaofan, someone who had conducted plenty of research into runes and magic arrays, could not identify what those runes were meant for. Not daring to be careless, Xiaofan started looting the items on the experiment table as soon as he arrived before it. Absolute Defense's duration had less than 2 seconds remaining. Although he could not plunder the entire experiment table, he took most of the items on it. At this time, Raymond pointed his staff at Xiaofan and shouted, "Shatter." In the next moment, a black beam of light shot at Xiaofang's body. Immediately, the divine runes surrounding Xiaofang's body started crumbling. It was obvious that Raymond's attack had broken through absolute defense. "Become my loyal slave." Raymond then slammed the butt of his staff on the floor. A shadow instantly formed beneath Xiaofang's feet. Gray strands slowly rose from the shadow, binding Xiaofang's body. Why does he know even the necromancer class's dark bondage? Xiaofan frowned when he saw the gray strands wrapped around his feet. Dark bondage was a tier 4 spell that could turn a living creature into one's slave. The success rate of the spell depended on the user's and target's levels and tiers. On average, the success rate was very low. Of course, this was only in the case of players. It was a different story if a powerful NPC like Raymond cast the spell. When nearly half of Xiaofang's body was bound, Raymond revealed a sneer on his face. Divine Steps. Suddenly, 10 doppelgangers formed around Xiaofan. He then chose to switch positions with one of them. Even a spell like Dark Bondage couldn't stop Xiaofan from swapping places with his doppelganger. He promptly took another item from the experiment table. However, as soon as Xiaofan stored the item into his bag, he suddenly found himself as well as his 10 doppelgangers appearing before Raymond. What? He knows even the tier 5 curse space conversion. Xiaofan was surprised as he swept a glance at his surroundings. Hurriedly, he started switching places with his other doppelgangers, which were slightly farther away from Raymond. At this time, Raymond also activated his domain once more, directly suppressing Xiaofan and preventing him from moving whatsoever. Only Xiaofang's 10 doppelgangers, which were invulnerable like Xiaofan, could still move. However, no matter where the doppelgangers went, as long as they remained inside the range of Raymond's domain, even if Xiaofan switched places with them, he still couldn't budge from there. A futile effort. Raymond waved his staff once more, and his surroundings turned into a world of frost, trapping Xiaofang's doppelgangers. Although the doppelgangers were invulnerable, they did not possess the ability to pass through physical objects. Without any strength of their own, they could only remain trapped inside the ice. Is that so? At this moment, Xiaofan revealed a faint smile as he switched places with the doppelganger that stood less than a yard away from the golden ring. He had not hurried to leave and dared to take sure, bold actions, all because he had suddenly recalled something about this golden ring. In the past, the alliance of superpowers had been able to kill the Dark Shaman King because they had managed to destroy one of the NPC's items at the cost of plenty of sacrifices. That item was the Ring of Gospel. It was also the key to killing the Dark Shaman King. The item Raymond had been producing happened to have the shape of a circular ring. As a result, Xiaofan could not help but link it with the Ring of Gospel. Since he had already made it all the way here, he naturally could not let such a good opportunity get away. Despicable rat. Die. When Raymond saw Xiaofan grabbing the golden ring, he was like a cat that just got its tail stepped on. He literally jumped up in anger before bombarding Xiaofan with one tier 4 spell after another. At this point, he had lost all intentions of making Xiaofan a puppet. One after another, silvery white frost lances began shooting at Xiaofan from all directions. The cold air radiated by every one of these frost lances made Xiaofan shudder. He could also faintly see golden arcs of electricity wreathing these frost lances. As they moved, even their surrounding space showed signs of shattering. Xiaofan did not doubt that even one hit from these frost lances would kill him instantly. I can't stay here any longer. This time, Xiaofan knew that Raymond was no longer holding back. Immediately, he chose to switch positions with the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill. Boom! 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 As soon as he switched positions, hundreds of frost lances pierced his doppelganger, killing it on the spot. The doppelganger did not even have time to react. He really is too strong. Standing by the research room's entrance, Xiaofan was greatly shocked by this scene. He hurriedly left the room, not daring to remain even a moment longer. Meanwhile, as soon as he exited, he sealed the door, using the moon god's secret key. The instant the room was sealed, Xiaofan felt the door shaking violently. Chapter 1310, Moon God's Secret Record. The door of the research room was made using a special method. Moreover, the moon god had reinforced it with divine runes. Even a Tier 5 Grand Wizard would have difficulty leaving a scratch on it. However, the violent tremors of the door made Xiaofan doubt it could hold back the Dark Shaman King. After all, Raymond was an NPC capable of becoming the final boss of one of God's domain's major expansion packs. He definitely was not an existence that ordinary Tier 5 NPCs could compare to. In retrospect, considering how several superpowers had needed to work together to defeat Raymond, Xiaofan could only conclude that Raymond had to be at the demigod standard already. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan felt that he still wasn't safe. He left the research area right away. When he entered the corridor leading out of the research area, he even used the moon god's secret key to seal off the corridor. Although the corridor's seal was not as powerful as the door of the research room, it could more or less stop Raymond for a short while. After Xiaofan left the research area, it was as if he had entered a whole other world. When he exited the corridor, he arrived at a place filled with greenery. He could see hills and waterfalls in the distance as well as hear bird calls and smell flowers. He could also pick up the roars of many demonic beasts. At the same time, he spotted many demonic patrol squads making the rounds of the forest paths. Although the guards in these demonic patrol squads were not as strong as the demons guarding the inner courtyard, each patrol still consisted of 1 level 70, Tier 3 demonic guard and 9 level 70, Tier 2 demonic soldiers. To Xiaofan, who currently couldn't summon his personal guards and mount, they were extremely dangerous opponents. Immediately after, the sound of a system notification entered Xiaofan's ears. System, you have discovered the top floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Moon God Space. What? This is the top floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower? Xiaofan was stunned when he looked at the system notification. Based on the system map, the Demon Ceiling Tower had a total of 36 floors. Meanwhile, each floor could easily fit a small town inside. If Xiaofan had tried climbing from the first floor to the top floor, he would have needed plenty of time. Although he had already steeled himself for a long battle, climbing all 36 floors would not have been an easy task. Previously, Xiaofan had still thought that spending 507 luminary shards to teleport to the research area had not been worth it. Now, however, it would seem that he had just made a huge profit. Immediately, Xiaofan found a safe location to hide before adjusting his mental state and organizing the items he looted. From beginning to end, his exchange with Raymond had lasted only 7 or 8 seconds. However, despite this brevity, his stamina and concentration had been depleted as if he had fought normally for several hours. The exchange had taken a severe toll on his concentration, in particular. Due to the frightening pressure Raymond gave off, as well as the NPC's domain, every second he spent fleeing from the NPC was equivalent to fighting against an opponent of equal strength for an hour. In fact, from the moment Xiaofan started facing off against Raymond until he exited the research room, Xiaofan had not even taken a breath. After all, even the slightest delay in his actions could lead to his death, rendering all his efforts since entering God's domain useless. One could imagine just how much pressure Xiaofan felt during those short 7 or 8 seconds. Hence, Xiaofan wished to slowly relax his tense mental state. Meanwhile, at the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar. Many of Star Moon Kingdom's powerful and well-known guilds were currently gathered here. There were even large guilds from other kingdoms and empires coming to raid the regional dungeon. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of elite and expert players were at Frozen Scar, and the competition here was considerably intense. In just the few short hours since Frozen Scar became a regional dungeon, over 50,000 elite players had already died in it. This situation immediately deterred members of small guilds and independent players from entering the dungeon. However, in one forest filled with snow, a 1,000-man legion was calmly pressing forward. The legion easily killed off any level 46 Lord-ranked snow yetis and level 45 elite-ranked snow giants and steadily advanced towards the location of the Frost King. When the elite legions of other guilds came across this legion, they would hurriedly avoid it, afraid of provoking it. After all, the guild this 1,000-man legion belonged to was none other than Heaven's Burial, the official number 2 guild of Star Moon Kingdom. Currently, Singular Burial was even personally leading this elite legion. Among the members of this legion, even the weakest was level 41, whereas the experts were level 42. There were even some experts that had reached level 43. Meanwhile, these players were all geared in level 40 top-tier equipment, with the most inferior being fine gold rank and the majority being dark gold rank. The strongest among all these players was Singular Burial. Although he was only level 43, he was equipped with the level 45 dark gold set equipment for rangers, the 100 beast set, and wielded a pitch-black double-stringed bone bow that gave off the epic rank glow effect. Despite going up against over 50 Frost Yetis and 1,000 Frost Giants, Singular Burial managed to command his team properly and keep the situation under control. In the end, Heaven's Burial's elite legion bombarded these monsters to death without even a break in their front line. This situation inspired serious envy in the players from other guilds watching from afar. Just as Singular Burial and his team were cleaning up the remnant Frost Giants, he suddenly received a communication request. "Ghost, did something happen on your side?" Singular Burial asked as he looked at the indifferent level 43 assassin in the screen. "Something happened over at Zero Wing's side," Ghost Shadow reported. For some reason, instead of advancing towards the Frost King, Zero Wing's team has actually turned around and is currently headed towards the Blizzard Fortress. By the looks of it, they are planning on raiding the dungeon. Raiding the Blizzard Fortress? Singular Burial could not help but be stunned. "Are you sure? Blizzard Fortress is a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Why are they even trying to raid it? For them to give up on the Frost King so willingly, could they have discovered something we don't know?" The information regarding the Frost King was something he had released to the public himself. Meanwhile, his reason for doing so was to lure Zero Wing's main force over and use the opportunity to weaken it. At the same time, he could also complete his quest. "I don't know. However, the information about them heading towards the Blizzard Fortress is definitely true. As for Zero Wing's elite members, they have also left Frozen Scar already." Ghost Shadow was similarly confused by this situation. Killing the Frost King would grant a guild access to Evernight City, yet Zero Wing had actually given up such a good opportunity in favor of raiding a dungeon. Moreover, it was even a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Even he, an expert who had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, could not understand what Zero Wing was trying to do. "Forget it. Ignore them for now. You and your men regroup with us as well. The number of guilds joining the competition is growing increasingly higher, so we need to hurry up ourselves. Once we're done with our quest, Star Moon Kingdom will become Heaven's Burial's possession. Even if Zero Wing manages to raid the dungeon, it would be useless," Singular Burial said, sneering. "I've really lucked out this time." Xiaofan could not help sighing happily as he looked at his bag space. Previously, all of his attention had been on Raymond. Hence, when he was looting, he simply shoved everything he could get his hands on into his bag without caring what they were. Now that he got to take a closer look, however, even Xiaofan himself was stupefied by the spoils. Among the items he looted were 8 dark gold alchemy tools. There was also a set of dark gold alchemy tools made from magic jade called the Green Jade set. If placed on the market, this set could easily sell for over 30,000 gold. On its own, magic jade possessed the ability to absorb mana from its surroundings. When made into an alchemy tool, it could pull out the best effects of herbs. In total, the complete set of magic jade alchemy tools increased alchemy success rates by 10% and alchemy production speeds by 20%. There was also a 3% chance for the created product to have its effects strengthened. In the past, even Grandmaster alchemists had been extremely eager to get their hands on such a set. Unfortunately, even super guilds had a very difficult time obtaining a set of dark gold alchemy tools, not to mention something like the Green Jade set. Aside from alchemy tools, Xiaofang's bag had many sheets of ancient, tattered pages. Recorded on these pages were recipes made by the moon god. However, as the pages were dilapidated, they could not be used. After Xiaofan used omniscient eyes to appraise one of the tattered pages, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, ancient tattered page discovered. Repairing it requires 100 magic crystals. Dragonskin parchment sure is amazing. Even after enduring tens of thousands of years of corrosion, it can still be repaired using magic crystals. No wonder gods would use dragonskin parchment to make records in ancient times. Realization dawned upon Xiaofan. Having picked up so many tattered pages, he never hoped that every one of them would still be usable. He would be fine with just one. At the very least, he wouldn't have wasted his precious time trying to collect all these tattered pages. Hence, it was truly surprising that the pages could be repaired. Xiaofan started repairing page after page right away. As he repaired the pages, he also organized them based on the page numbers, and surprisingly, the pages actually automatically combined. After around 10 minutes passed, he was finally done repairing all 31 pages he picked up. Suddenly, the combined pages transformed into a thick, ancient book that radiated a faint trace of divine might. Meanwhile, there were 4 words, written in the ancient divine language, on the cover of this ancient book. Moon God's Secret Record. Chapter 1311, Upgrading to Fragmented Legendary Rank. What? This is the Moon God's Secret Record? Xiaofan stared at the ancient book in his hands time and again, his heart unable to calm down even after some time. Even his breathing right now had bated. There were 5 great alchemy scriptures in God's domain. These 5 great alchemy scriptures were like the Holy Bible to alchemists and were highly sought after. In the past, every alchemist that had managed to get their hands on these alchemy scriptures had become famous individuals in the alchemy world. Meanwhile, one of the 5 great alchemy scriptures was the Moon God's Secret Record. Legend had it that the Moon God had edited it extensively. However, many wars had also been waged between kingdoms and empires because of the Moon God's Secret Record, and it ended up divided and scattered all over God's domain. Eventually, with the passage of time, the Moon God's Secret Record had disappeared entirely. Xiaofan had never imagined that he would actually come across the Moon God's Secret Record, and even obtain it, in the Moonlight Courtyard. Following which, he clicked excitedly to check the attribute panel of the Moon God's Secret Record. Moon God's Secret Record, Volume 1. A detailed compilation of the Moon God's experiences and techniques in alchemy. There is a total of 3 volumes. One can obtain the Moon God's legacy when all 3 volumes are collected. It's actually split into 3 volumes? Xiaofang's initially passionate heart cooled down immediately. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. The moon god's secret record had been contested by ancient kingdoms and empires many times before. On the other hand, it had been many years since anyone had set foot into the moonlight courtyard. It was clear that the moon god's secret record here did not possess any relation to the ancient wars waged on the continent of God's domain. The only explanation for there being a copy here was that there wasn't only one moon god's secret record. Nevertheless, Xiaofan was already very satisfied with this outcome. Among the 3 volumes comprising the moon god's secret record, the first volume contained information regarding the various materials in God's domain. It was like an alchemy encyclopedia. With this book, players could understand the various properties of alchemy materials and establish a solid foundation for when they were trying to create new recipes. The reason why Titan City's research rooms could aid players in reaching the Master and Grandmaster ranks was mainly because of the wealth of information contained within the rooms. Meanwhile, the research information of the Moon God was most likely not one bit inferior when compared to the alchemy database of Titan City. The Candlelight trading firm would have a much easier time nurturing master alchemists. Following which, Xiaofan stored the moon god's secret record and began checking the other items he obtained. Although Xiaofan had placed all of his attention on Raymond inside the research room, before he sprang into action, he had already planned to take away the several items that radiated divine might. Excellent! There are exactly 6 god crystals. Xiaofan grew excited as he looked at the 6 items radiating divine might in his bag. Currently, the soul orb was missing only 6 god crystals to remove the first seal Paimon placed. Although there were bound to be many more god crystals, which he had not managed to discover, left inside the research room, Xiaofan had spotted only 8 items with a high potential of being used as god crystals. Meanwhile, as he was looting the room, he had managed to grab only 7 of those items. If he had tried going for the last one, there was over a 90% chance that Raymond would have killed him. Fortunately, his insight wasn't too bad. Of the 7 possibles he picked up, after going through the Omniscient Eye's appraisal, 6 were confirmed to be god crystals. That was just the right number to lift the first seal on the soul orb. This was also the reason why he had chosen to challenge the Asura mode promotion quest back then. As long as he removed the first seal, the soul orb would become his item entirely. Even if he died, he would not have to worry about the soul orb being teleported back to Paimon's hands. Even if he failed his promotion quest this time, he would not have made a wasted trip. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan took out the soul orb and started letting it absorb the god crystals one after another. 1 crystal. 2 crystals. 3 crystals. With each god crystal absorbed, the demonic power the soul orb radiated weakened slightly. At the same time, the pressure it emitted also strengthened. When the soul orb absorbed the last god crystal, it suddenly struggled free from Xiaofan's grasp and flew up into the air. It then formed in the sky a 7-fold magic array covering a radius of over 1,000 yards. The amount of mana the magic array drew was several times more than when Raymond was mobilizing the mana in the research room. Meanwhile, the pressure the soul orb emitted also transformed into divine might. Like a slumbering dragon awakening, the soul orb made the distant demonic beasts and demons shudder involuntarily, their bodies collapsing to the ground as they became paralyzed with fear. A frightening mana vortex then formed around the soul orb. A will descended from the soul orb with pitch-black demonic power vying to suppress this will. Who is it? Who dares break my seal? An illusory figure suddenly appeared in midair. Although Xiaofan could not get a clear look at this figure's appearance, the way the figure looked down on all lifeforms and the aura of a ruler the figure exuded prompted Xiaofan to lower his head instinctively. Meanwhile, the rage contained in that figure's voice made even Xiaofan's soul shudder. Fortunately, when the soul orb broke through the suppression of the demonic power, this illusory figure also disappeared. With the removal of the seal, the soul orb's appearance underwent significant changes. Now, faintly visible golden divine runes circulated on the surface of the orb. Meanwhile, its size also shrank. Previously, it was roughly the same size as an adult's fist. Now, it was only half that size. When the soul orb landed back on Xiaofang's palm, he no longer felt like he was under surveillance. Soul Orb, Fragmented Legendary Rank Item. Originally a fragment of the Treasure of Illusion. However, due to being refined by the demon god Paimon, the fragment's true power has been sealed. Currently, a small portion of its power has been repaired. Additional active skill 1-. Soul Water. Creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 50 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Additional active skill 2-. Crystal of Souls. Creates a crystal of souls through absorbing a portion of monsters' souls. No cooldown. Every 30 souls of monsters at Great Lord rank or above absorbed will produce 1 crystal of souls. Monster's level must be 5 levels higher than Wielder. Additional active skill 3-. Divine Power Absorption. Absorbs divine power to recover the soul orb itself. There are a total of 3 seals. The removal of the second seal requires 10 god crystals. Current absorbed number, 0. Although demon god Paimon has sealed the soul orb, it has been awakened by the golden stigmata. The seal can be removed by absorbing divine power. Cannot be destroyed. Owner, Yifeng. If this item is wielded by anyone else, they will receive a backlash from both demonic power and divine power. Amazing. These attributes are truly amazing. Xiaofan was astounded by the text introduction of the soul orb. Back when the soul orb was still at epic rank, it was already plenty amazing. Now that it had recovered and reached the fragmented legendary rank, its attributes had become even more awesome. Not only was the number of souls required for the soul water halved, but now, he could even produce the crystal of souls. Although making a crystal of souls was much more troublesome than the process for the soul water, the crystal of souls was an item that could be obtained only through luck in God's domain. Meanwhile, the crystal of souls could not only raise a player's focus like the soul water could but also gather mana around itself, allowing players to remain at peak mental conditions and further increasing their focus. Moreover, the crystal of souls had a duration of 5 hours, while its cooldown was 10 hours. In God's domain, the crystal of souls could rank within the top 10 among the various support items for combat players. Normally, the crystal could only be found in ancient ruins. Now that the soul orb had gained such an ability, Xiaofan could not help but wish he could immediately set out and massacre a bunch of great lords. Moreover, even if he died now, the soul orb would not drop from his bag. He could move about without fear. At the same time, without the surveillance of the demon god, dark players would have a difficult time finding out that the soul orb was in his hands. However, Xiaofan did not know that after he lifted the seal, a commotion erupted among all the dark forces. The original bounty Paimon had placed on Xiaofan had already tempted many people into action. Now, however, the bounty became even more lavish. System: Demon god Paimon has sent out a recovery order for the soul orb. As long as one can kill the soul orb's wielder and obtain the soul orb, demon god Paimon will personally promote them to the Viscount rank as well as provide abundant rewards. Those who wish to accept the quest need to pay 2,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to accept the quest? This quest is valid long-term and can be accepted at any time. This quest does not have a time limit. When this recovery order was released, it immediately tempted countless dark players into action. It was already plenty difficult to get promoted to the Baron rank. Yet, now, the demon god Paimon was actually offering to raise them directly to the Viscount rank, which was 1 rank higher than Baron. How could they not be tempted? Elsewhere, Xiaofan remained ignorant of this matter. He simply sat quietly beneath a tree as he carefully admired the golden ring he had stolen from the dark shaman king, Raymond. Chapter 1312, Madness Among the Dark. Dark Knight Empire, Headwind Outpost. Headwind Outpost was a level 50 to level 70 high-resource map located close to the imperial capital Dark City. Strong winds blew here all year round, but due to the wind's dark corrosion effect, very few people were willing to level up or quest here. However, a 100-man team currently fought a large group of Cyclopes in the area. The Cyclopes were level 53 and level 54. Some wielded swords and shields, some wielded chains, and some wielded bows. The Cyclopes standing at the rear even controlled ballistas to attack from range. These Cyclops were much more intelligent than the monsters in lower-level maps, and they were capable of fighting as a team. There were even chieftain and lord rank Cyclopes that issued proper commands. From time to time, they also snuck around the players and targeted the enemy healers themselves. However, the players facing these intelligent Cyclopes remained unperturbed by their enemies' intelligence. A level 43 shield warrior wielding a scaled shield easily blocked 3 level 54 lords as they tried to break through the front line. Even after blocking the assault, the shield warrior only lost a little over 4,000 HP. Meanwhile, this HP recovered instantly as the MT received a heal from a healer in the rear. Suddenly, a level 44 berserker charged forward as he swung his spear horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Immediately, a violent gale knocked the 3 level 54 Cyclops generals back, forcing them to retreat by 3 steps. A damage of -15,000 also appeared above each of their heads. The 3 lords were enraged as they swung their massive stone axes at the berserker from 3 different directions. Scram! Roaring, the berserker relied on a mysterious body technique to avoid the incoming attacks. His spear spun as he reacted. Cleave! With a single attack, the berserker threw all 3 Cyclops generals to the ground, a damage of over -20,000 appearing on each of their heads. The 3 Cyclops generals' ambush attempt was thoroughly foiled. Boss Brute is so strong. He dealt with 3 Cyclops generals all by himself, someone on the team exclaimed. This is nothing for Boss Brute. Boss Brute is the number 2 berserker in our Sin of Pride. If Boss Brute transforms, he can easily handle 10 Cyclops generals at once, much less 3, a black-clad ranger boasted. Many of the team members looked at Brute's spear with reverent gazes. Throughout the Sin of Pride, Brute's spear was the first person to become a demon baron. When Brute's spear entered his demonic state, he even had the power to rival Tier 2 players. If he completed his promotion and became a Tier 2 player himself, his prowess would be unimaginable. He might even rank within the top 10 in the Sin of Pride. In a super guild, he would be peerless aside from those old monsters. Stop chit-chatting and finish these Cyclops off. We're not here to grind monsters. Brute Spear reprimanded his people in the team chat. Hearing Brute Spear's words, everyone refocused as they began to attack in a frenzy. Suddenly, they all heard the sound of a system notification. System, Demon God Paimon has sent out a recovery order for the Soul Orb. As long as one can kill the Soul Orb's wielder and obtain the Soul Orb, Demon God Paimon will personally promote them to the Viscount rank as well as reward them with an abundant amount of rewards. Those who wish to accept the quest needs to pay 2,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to accept the quest? This quest is valid long-term and can be accepted at any time. This quest does not have a time limit. Crap. Am I seeing things? A Viscount? The notification stunned every member of the team. Throughout the Sin of Pride, only Brute Spear had become a Baron. There wasn't a single Viscount among all of the players in the Flower of 7 Sins, much less the Sin of Pride. A Demon Viscount was on an entirely different power level. When they transformed, their physiques would improve by 50%. The boost was even greater than when players completed their Tier 2 promotion. Even now, no one throughout the Flower of 7 Sins was close to becoming a Viscount, yet a single quest offered the position as a reward. Boss Brute, the rewards are intense. Should we accept the quest? The black-clad ranger, Chen Su, quietly asked Brute Spear. Only a few of them knew that Frost Eye currently had the soul orb. Previously, the demon god had only stated that those who recovered the soul orb would earn a reward. At most, the quest awarded some reputation. This was of little use to Brute Spear, who was already a baron. However, the situation had changed. If the sin of pride had a demon viscount, it would gain an edge over the other 6 sins. A viscount? Even Brute Spear was tempted. Immediately, however, he shook his head and said, "We're talking about taking on Frost Eye. I think we should inform Big Sis and let her decide." Chen Su nodded in agreement. Chen Su had witnessed Frost Eye's strength personally. Frost Eye was an expert capable of killing Hell Fiend, someone who held the title of adjudicator in King's Return, and he had gotten away safely. Moreover, Frost Eye had defeated Brute Spear in just a few moves. He was not an expert to be underestimated. Meanwhile, on a bronze speedboat in the Reef Sea, 100 Leaves, who currently led the Freedom Alliance's 8th Fleet, had also received the message from demon god Paimon. When she read the system notification, she was stunned. Just what did he do to demon god Paimon? He's caused enough trouble for Paimon to announce one bounty after another. When 100 Leaves saw the system notification, she could not help but recall the mysterious Xiaofan. Dark players like herself would die to form some sort of relationship with the demon god. However, Xiaofan was driving the demon god mad, going as far as to offer the rank of Viscount as a bounty reward. This is going to be interesting. The guild leader might even decide to stop ignoring the guy. 100 Leaves could not help but smile. She had been greatly displeased when her guild leader had told her to give up on pursuing Xiaofan. However, the situation had changed. If the sacred temple had a demon viscount, it would greatly help the guild's future plans. For a time, demon god Paimon's bounty tempted many dark experts, and many of them accepted the quest. They also began to research the soul orb and its wielder's identity. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was wholly ignorant of this matter as he inspected the golden ring. The more he inspected it, the more excited he became. Everything was as he had guessed. The golden ring was indeed the ring of gospel. Meanwhile, it was because of this ring that Raymond had obtained the confidence to contend with God's domain's various countries. In the past, the various super guilds had been helpless against the NPC individually. Only after working together and sacrificing tons of expert and elite players had these super guilds destroyed the ring and defeated the Dark Shaman King Raymond. Ring of Gospel, unfinished product, epic rank item. Crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy, this ring contains a miniature world. The ring can suppress an area's space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional skill 1 dash. World projection, suppress a radius of 3,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools or teleportation-type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 20%. Maintaining world projection costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional skill 2 dash. Ring of Brilliance, improves all allies' physiques by 10% and increases basic attributes by 10% within a 1,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel's external divine runes and magic arrays and inner world are incomplete, the ring cannot exhibit its full strength. Only after the divine runes, magic arrays, and inner world are complete will the ring exhibit its full strength. Current completion rate, 30%. Not bound. As soon as Xiaofan finished reading the statistics, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to bind the Ring of Gospel? Chapter 1313, World Barrier. Seeing the system notification, Xiaofan immediately thought to click the bind button. In God's domain, some weapons and equipment needed to be bound before they could be used. Once bound, the item could no longer be traded, and only the player it was bound to could use it. The item's value would reduce significantly. When bound items became outdated and players no longer needed them, they would become utterly worthless. Unlike non-bound items that could be sold to other players for a low price, bound items could only be stored in a warehouse or destroyed. However, the Ring of Gospel was clearly not in the same category. It was neither a weapon nor armor. It could even be used from within a player's bag. Moreover, according to the description of its skills, the Ring of Gospel was incredibly powerful. It wouldn't become less useful as time passed. Binding it was definitely worthwhile. However, as soon as the first system notification faded, another followed. System, due to the miniature world's extremely unstable nature inside the Ring of Gospel, if you wish to bind the ring, you must expend 30,000 magic crystals every 7 days to stabilize the miniature world. If you do not meet the requirement within 7 days, the Ring of Gospel will crumble. You will also receive a backlash, permanently decreasing your physique by 30%. What a steep price. Even current first-rate guilds wouldn't be able to keep this thing well-fed. Xiaofan could not help his astonishment when he saw the second system notification. Magic crystals had already become a daily necessity for the various large guilds. They expended a frightening amount each day despite only accumulating a small number. The majority of God's domain's first-rate guilds only had a stock of around 60,000 magic crystals. It had taken them a long time to accumulate so many, yet it was only enough to sustain the Ring of Gospel for 2 weeks. The Ring of Gospel was practically a crystal-devouring beast. Armed with this new information, Xiaofan decided not to bind the Ring of Gospel for now. After all, he couldn't feed it as needed at the moment. Following which, Xiaofan stored the Ring of Gospel. He decided to bind with the ring only after Zero Wing was capable of earning a sufficient amount of magic crystals. After all, Zero Wing was still in its development phase and urgently needed magic crystals. After a short rest, he decided to explore the Moon God space. His Tier 2 promotion quest's goal was to seal the Demon King. The Moon God space was vast. It could even rival the game's large-scale maps. Since Xiaofan didn't know the Demon King's exact location, he had to search the map bit by bit. More demonic patrol squads are showing up. Xiaofan frowned quietly observed the patrolling demons from the treetops. He had spent several hours exploring the Moon God space. Initially, he had only occasionally encountered a patrol squad in the outer edges of the Moon God space. However, the deeper he ventured, the more patrol squads he came across. Now, after reaching the map's inner area, he wasn't able to proceed. If he advanced carelessly, he would either alert the demonic patrol squads or the wandering demonic beasts. Regardless of which he fought, the outcome would be the same. Aside from the demonic patrol squads, Xiaofan noticed level 65 magic light dragonlings fly past him from time to time. If they found him, he would find his death. This should be the furthest I can move while avoiding detection. From this point on, I'll have to fight my way through. Xiaofan glanced at the wandering level 70 demonic beasts. Soloing a demonic patrol squad was simply too dangerous. However, he could try to take on the demonic beasts that wandered alone. Two-headed demonic wolf, demonic beast, Lord. Level 70. HP 22000000/22000000. After another demonic patrol squad moved past, Xiaofan retrieved blazing meteor from his waist and threw it at a two-headed demonic wolf that was currently sleeping on the grass. Flame God's Fury. A dazzling explosion smashed into the demonic wolf's back. Minus 62,197. Not bad. It seems the demonic wolf's defense isn't particularly high. With my damage, should be able to kill it quickly. Xiaofan evaluated. The demonic patrol squads followed a specific pattern in the moon god space. However, the demonic beasts did not. If the fight dragged on, he would likely attract a pack of Lord-ranked demonic beasts. At that time, even escape would be difficult. As the two-headed demonic wolf whimpered, it turned to Xiaofan with a chilling gaze. It then dashed towards its attacker. Xiaofan turned and fled, luring the demonic beast away from the path of the demonic patrol squads. The two-headed demonic wolf was very fast. Despite activating Windwalk, it caught up to Xiaofan quickly. Its two heads then bit at the swordsman from two different directions. Turning his feet, Xiaofan spun, his head only centimeters away from the demonic wolf's right maw as the latter moved past him. With the demonic wolf's side exposed, Xiaofan activated Phantom Kill and Nine Dragons Slash. Working with his doppelganger, he then launched a series of attacks at the two-headed demonic wolf's soft belly, both dealing over minus 10,000 damage with each attack. Although the two-headed demonic wolf tried to turn and retaliate, Xiaofang's physique rivaled that of a Tier 2 player. Both he and his doppelganger remained at the demonic wolf's side. The demonic wolf was too massive to defend itself or counter the attacks. After 10 minutes or so, the level 72-headed demonic wolf collapsed before Xiaofang's feet. From start to end, it hadn't even scratched Xiaofan. This place is quite good. Not only do the monsters here award EXP, but they also drop 7 luminary shards. Xiaofan rejoiced when he noticed an inconspicuous crystal shard beside the two-headed demonic wolf's corpse. Previously, to reach the research area, he had spent 507 luminary shards. The expenditure had been painful. Now that he knew that the demonic beasts gave EXP and 7 luminary shards, he regained his motivation. After picking up the shard, Xiaofan proceeded to lure more monsters. Time passed quickly. While Xiaofan grinded demonic beasts, the battles in the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar were unceasing. However, these battles were not between players. Rather, they were battles between players and snow giants. As more time passed, the commanders leading the teams from the various large guilds discovered something: the snow giants were growing stronger. After fighting repeated fights with the players, the snow giants had begun to learn the players' combat techniques, becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. This slowed the various large guilds' progress through the Frozen Scar. In contrast, Heaven's Burial's team rested leisurely in the Frozen Scar. Not a single snow giant could be seen. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. This was all due to the dozen or so one-horned humanoid monsters not far from the team. Hundreds of snow giant corpses littered the ground around these humanoid monsters. It's about time. Blood, tell Abandoned Wave that he can make his move now. I don't want the Frost King to fall into the other guild's hands, Singular Burial instructed after glancing at the system clock. I'll notify him right away. I believe he is eager to get started, Flame Blood said as he tasted his lips. The various guilds thought that they could kill the Frost King. However, none of them knew that they were no more than a sacrifice. The Frozen Scar's inner region was slightly special. An ancient magic array suppressed the area. Players couldn't use teleportation scrolls here. This just so happened to provide Abandoned Wave with the opportunity to devour these guilds' elites. Elsewhere, Xiaofan killed demonic beasts in the forest relentlessly. After grinding for more than a day, his level had risen from level 51 to 23% of level 53. His leveling speed was astonishing. With Divine Providence's luck bonus, Xiaofan killed a two-headed demonic wolf and obtained a 7 luminaries shard and a piece of equipment. Picking up the equipment, Xiaofan appraised it with omniscient eyes. The piece I want has finally dropped. Xiaofang's eyes shone in excitement as he looked at the item in his hands. This piece of equipment was none other than the belt for the Shadow Moon set that he needed. Now that he had the belt, he had finally completed the Shadow Moon set equipment. As Xiaofan was about to store the belt in his bag, a beam of black light shot into the air a short distance away, piercing through the clouds. Immediately after, the roar of a dragon echoed throughout the moon god's space, the resulting tremors nearly causing Xiaofan to lose his balance. One roar after another shook the area. Although these dragon roars sounded different, the pressure they gave off was similarly powerful. How is this possible? Xiaofan was stunned as he looked to the sky. A massive pathway had opened up in the air. It was as if the black beam had pierced the barrier between worlds and linked them. 5 adult dragons stood on the pathway. Chapter 13-14, Challenging the Limit. Why are so many dragons here? The scene in the sky stupefied Xiaofan. Even during ancient times, dragons had been extremely rare. Moreover, dragons normally preferred to live alone instead of in groups. Seeing several magic light dragonlings move as a group was unbelievable enough, yet now Xiaofan stared at 5 adult dragons that had just appeared. If these 5 dragons emerged in God's domain, they could easily turn an entire empire into ash. Adult dragons were Tier 5 legendary monsters. Including their high life rating, not even Tier 5 NPCs could take them down. Slaying a single dragon would require a group of such NPCs. If 5 dragons worked together, the outcome would be simply devastating. Although a path had opened across the world barrier, it was extremely unstable. The spatial turbulence even posed a great threat to adult dragons. It would not be so easy for the dragons to enter the moon god space from another world. Meanwhile, the beam of black light was attempting to stabilize the spatial channel. However, this gave Xiaofan a hint. The moon god space was simply too large. Even after a full day of exploration, Xiaofan had only covered a small fraction of the map. He would have to invest a lot more time if he wanted to explore the whole thing. Now that the black light pillar had caused such a large commotion, needless to say, the light pillar must be related to his quest. Xiaofan immediately set off towards the black pillar's origin. Although the light pillar did not seem far away, in reality, it was the complete opposite. Reaching its origin would take a very long time. Furthermore, as Xiaofan grew closer to the pillar, so did the demonic beasts. Many of the demonic patrol squads were also gathering towards the light pillar, making them even more difficult to avoid. As Xiaofan finished killing several demonic beasts, the light pillar in the sky suddenly disappeared. Following which, the spatial channel closed. Did it fail? Xiaofan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the black pillar vanish. If the spatial channel stabilized, it went without saying that the 5 dragons would enter the moon god space. Xiaofan reached this conclusion after watching the 5 dragons attempt to barge through the spatial channel. However, due to the spatial turbulence, they had given up. The spatial currents were as strong as Tier 5 spells, yet when they struck the dragons, they had only left a few white marks on the monster's scales. It was simply due to so many spatial currents that the 5 dragons had been forced out of the channel. The currents couldn't actually damage the dragons. If the 5 dragons entered the moon god space, Xiaofan would likely fail his promotion quest. However, despite the threat of the dragons disappearing, Xiaofan didn't dare to be careless as he tried to find a way to kill the demonic beasts in his path faster. Finally, after nearly 20 hours, he reached the black light pillar's origin. During this time, the light pillar had appeared once again. Compared to the previous appearance, though, the second spatial channel was a little more stable. However, it still disappeared without letting the dragons through. From this, Xiaofan realized that, each time the light pillar pierced the world barrier, the spatial channel would become more stable. It was only a matter of time before the 5 dragons entered the moon god space. The black light pillar had originated from inside a large canyon. Trees and shrubbery decorated the area. A temple, neglected for many years, occupied the canyon center. The temple stood several hundred meters tall, looming like a large mountain. Many black, stone pillars had been erected around the temple, and every pillar was decorated with complex, demonic runes. Moreover, each black pillar automatically gathered the surrounding mana. These black pillars had been arranged to form a massive magic array that constantly absorbed the moon god space's mana. The gathered mana was then concentrated in the center of the magic array and formed a massive, floating ball of water. To Xiaofan, this floating ball of water was extremely familiar. This was none other than the liquid mana he had seen in the war god's temple's eternal throne. However, the 9 balls of liquid mana the 9 lords had conjured had only been as large as a house. In comparison, the ball of liquid mana before him was the size of a 7-story building. Hundreds of Tier 3 demonic wizards stood below the ball of water, chanting incantations. A tall, large demon with bat-like wings directed the liquid mana into a magic array that had been carved into the ground. As a result, the magic array gradually activated and released a frightening pressure. The Demon King really is here. Xiaofan couldn't help but shift his gaze towards the tall demon with 2 flaming horns sprouting from its forehead. This demon was none other than his quest target, Demon King Storas. Storas, Dark Creature, Demon King. Level 72. HP. / However, it wasn't the Demon King that gave him a headache, but the hundreds of Tier 3 demons. Demonic Wizard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 33,000,000/33,000,000. A single demonic wizard was enough a threat for Xiaofan, not to mention several hundred. If these demons reached God's domain, they could raid and capture countless major NPC cities. Facing so many alone was suicidal. Xiaofan was in a bind. With the demonic wizards surrounding Storas, he couldn't even approach the Demon King, much less seal the monster. No. I should still have a chance. Xiaofan suddenly remembered something as he looked at the massive array the liquid mana powered. In God's domain, liquid mana was even more precious than 7 luminaries crystals. This was because the mana within liquid mana was purer. However, very few people in God's domain were willing to use liquid mana as it was too pure. Ordinary players couldn't use it. At the very least, one needed to reach the Tier 4 standard before even thinking of using liquid mana. Although Storas maintained the magic array, the demonic wizards were only Tier 3. They should not be able to maintain the magic array for long. Once they reached their limit, they would succumb to a weakened state for a certain period. Considering his options, Xiaofan decided to wait. If things turned out the way he assumed, then he still had a chance to complete his promotion quest. If not, he may have to give up. Time passed quickly. Soon, liquid mana filled the temple. Suddenly, Storas shouted and activated the magic array. Another pillar of black light then shot up from the temple and pierced the world barrier. After this phenomenon continued for half an hour, the magic array deactivated, and the light pillar disappeared. Immediately after, the demonic wizards slumped to the ground, their backs covered in sweat. It was obvious that maintaining the magic array had taken a huge toll on their bodies. Good. It's just as I expected. Xiaofan revealed his excitement as the demonic wizards dropped. These demonic wizards suffered from a debuff called Magic Backlash. Magic Backlash. All attributes decreased by 95%. Unable to use any spells for a short time. Even Demon King Storas suffered a weaker version of magic backlash, his attributes decreased by 95%. Though, unlike the demonic wizards, Storas could still use spells. However, Xiaofan did not hurry to attack. Instead, he continued to watch from afar. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. Xiaofan's gaze was fixed on the demon's every action as he inwardly counted the debuff's duration. Magic Backlash's description did not state how long it lasted. He would only have one chance to seal a Tier 5 Demon King. He needed to be prepared when he took action. There's only a 10-second gap. This quest is harsh. Xiaofan smiled bitterly as he watched the system clock. After 10 seconds, the demonic wizards began to stand up. Although they were still in a weakened state, their attributes had recovered to 50% of their totals. Moreover, they could cast spells again. The Demon King Storas had already fully recovered. Before sealing Storas, Xiaofan needed to damage him severely. However, even if a Tier 5 Demon King only had 10% of its attributes, he was still a frightening existence. Even if Xiaofan could weaken Storas further with the 7 Luminary Source Stone, wounding the Demon King in 10 short seconds was impossible. After all, Xiaofan was aware of how frightening a Tier 5 existence could be. It seems I can only use the Ring of Gospel and give it a try. Xiaofan retrieved the Ring of Gospel and bound it to himself. The Ring of Gospel's 2 activatable skills could suppress the Demon King and boost Xiaofan's power. This was the strongest card he could play. Again, time passed quickly. After another dozen or so hours, the temple's magic array was fully charged once more. Another pillar of black light pierced the sky. Activate. The instant the light pillar faded, Xiaofan activated World Projection and Ring of Brilliance before charging towards Demon King Storas. Chapter 13-15, Asura vs. Demon King. The instant the black pillar disappeared, the demonic wizards and Demon King Storas breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, however, a powerful pressure descended on them. The demons, weakened from the ritual, succumbed to yet another attribute decrease. In the blink of an eye, the demonic wizards, who originally had 33 million HP, only had 1,320,000 HP remaining. In terms of basic attributes, they were not even a match for level 70 common monsters. The Demon King Stora's HP was still unknown, and his aura was still considerably powerful. Any normal player bathed in this aura would feel as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp as their movements grew sluggish. A Tier 5 Demon King really is powerful. Xiaofan inwardly celebrated the fact that he had the 7 Luminary Source Stone. If he had only relied on the Magic Backlash debuff and the Ring of Gospel skills, Storas would have killed him. Following which, Xiaofan activated the 7 Luminary Source Stone, the stone releasing a dazzling, red glow. Miniature, golden magic arrays began to form around Storas. Golden chains then emerged from the magic arrays, the chains sapping away the Demon King's power. Now, Xiaofan no longer saw Storas as an unreachable opponent. Despicable human. Why do you have that? Storas's blood-red eyes turned to Xiaofan in rage. However, upon seeing Xiaofang's tear, a human-like sneer appeared on his face. Do you think that a puny Tier 1 swordsman like you can kill me just by suppressing my power? Foolish mortal, you'll pay for your foolishness. Storas stretched out his hand and summoned a bone spear. He then lightly tossed the weapon at Xiaofan, who was still over 40 yards away. Xiao! The spear shot towards Xiaofan like a meteor, so fast that Xiaofan could barely see it. So fast. Xiaofan was surprised. Storas had been weakened 3 times over. World projection alone had reduced his physique by 30% normally. This was a massive disadvantage for both high-tiered monsters and players. Yet, even after such severe debuffs, Stora's was still frighteningly strong in all aspects. With no other choice, Xiaofan immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before executing parry. Pang! The instant his swords collided with the bone spear, Xiaofan lost all sensation in his arms. He was also forced to take 4 steps back. His strength is still at the peak of Tier 3. Glancing at the vanishing bone spear, Xiaofan gained a general understanding of Stora's current prowess. The realization shocked him. Normally, only Grand Lords with unique bloodlines could exert strength at the peak of Tier 3. Or they were Grand Lords who had gone berserk. This was also the maximum power he achieved in his previous life. Only now did Xiaofan understand why Charlene had said that Asura mode represented mortals' limits. Fortunately, his quest didn't require him to kill Demon King Stora's. Following which, Xiaofan activated Absolute Time and Instant Strike before appearing in front of Stora's. Stora's maintained his calm as if he had prepared for this. Immediately, another bone spear formed in his hand, forming a white arc as it swept toward Xiaofan. The white arc was accompanied by a faint, black line, proof that the attack had cut through space itself. Although Stora's couldn't use skills or spells, he was still capable of executing advanced combat techniques. Instinctively, Xiaofan executed Sword's Orbit. In the blink of an eye, countless sparks flew around Stora's and Xiaofan. As the weapons met, the clash sounded like an explosion, echoing throughout the temple. Although Xiaofan had an advantage with his speed, Stora's easily predicted Xiaofang's movements, reacting nimbly to every attack by either blocking or dodging. The difference between the combatants' physiques was obvious at a glance. Xiaofan couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. "Mortal, you're doing pretty good. You've actually forced me to dodge. You are a first among mortals." Stora's was very calm as he looked at Xiaofan. He even had the leisure to praise his enemy. "Unfortunately, you've reached your limit. In just another few seconds, I will give you a taste of true despair." "My limit?" Xiaofan smiled at the calm Demon King. "Who said this was my limit?" Xiaofan had expected such a stalemate. After all, this was not his first time against a Tier 5 monster. He knew just how terrifying such an existence was. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. As soon as Xiaofang's doppelganger appeared, it, too, activated Instant Strike. With the attacks from the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, even with peak, Tier 3 strength, Stora's was forced to defend himself. The Abyssal Blade Phantoms even landed the occasional hit. Unfortunately, the Phantoms' damage was abysmal. -1. The Phantoms had only dealt an obligatory 1 damage. Stora's defense hadn't weakened in the slightest. His defense was still at the Tier 5 standard. Just scratching Stora's was impossible, much less inflicting heavy injuries. "Stop wasting your energy. A measly mortal like you can't harm me even if I stand here and do nothing." Ridicule filled Stora's gaze as he looked down at Xiaofan. "No. That's not right." As Xiaofan began to despair, he realized something. If Stora's had the defense of a Tier 5 existence, why had the Demon King defended himself? If his attacks had been useless to begin with, Stora's wouldn't have had to dodge or block his attacks. The Demon King could have stood there as he waited for 10 seconds to pass. Moreover, his promotion quest's clear condition was to seal Stora's. This showed that Stora's had some sort of weakness. As long as he found that weakness, he could seal Stora's. Hence, Stora's defended himself. Omniscient eyes. Sure enough, there is a weakness. Xiaofan immediately discovered a hidden magic array over Stora's heart. Currently, some kind of power suppressed the magic array. It resisted the golden chains around Stora's body, preventing the chains from exhibiting their greatest power. Damn it! Has he found it? Storace's gaze turned chilly when he noticed the magic array's surface in Xiaofang's eyes. Hurriedly, he pulled away from the swordsman. As long as he survived for 10 seconds, he could deal with this pest even with the magic array suppression. You want to run? As Storace retreated, the Demon King confirmed Xiaofang's suspicion. Divine steps. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers surrounding Storace. With Xiaofan in the lead, the 10 doppelgangers swung their swords at the Demon King, their target being the magic array over his heart. Die! Suddenly, Storace went berserk as he thrust his spear at Xiaofan and his doppelgangers. The spear had a longer reach than one-handed swords. Before Xiaofang's swords could reach the magic array, his spear would penetrate Xiaofan. With Xiaofang's attributes, he only needed one attack to kill the swordsman. Very quickly, Storace stabbed Xiaofan and all 10 of his doppelgangers, revealing a vicious smile. However, the doppelganger directly behind Storace, which had already been stabbed numerous times, revealed a smile, the killing ray in its hand abruptly piercing Storace's heart. Illusory shadow. Killing ray passed through Storace's heart and destroyed the crystal that suppressed the sealing magic array. Chapter 13-16, Tier 2 Promotion. When the crystal in Storace's heart shattered, the power, which had been suppressing the sealing magic array, started to dissipate. At the same time, the golden chains grew stronger, sapping away Storace's power. No! No! Storace desperately tried to break free from the chain's bindings. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the golden chains remained. On the contrary, they dragged Storace into the pitch-black portal that had appeared behind him. Eventually, Storace vanished into the portal. As the seal contained Storace, the demonic wizards were forced out of the map as if the moon god's space had rejected them. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofan stood alone in the temple. He then heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have cleared the Asura mode promotion quest. Rewarding 60 legacy skill points. Activating Tier 2 legacy skill menu. System, congratulations. You have been promoted to a Tier 2 Blade Saint. All attributes plus 150, all resistances plus 30, attack power and attack speed increased by 20%, all attributes increased by 50%, and physique improved by 50%. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. Please head to the Adventurers Association to complete the Tier 2 promotion procedures. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. If you wish to leave, you may head to the teleportation array in the Moon God's Temple's main hall and exit the Dark Canyon. It's finally over? Xiaofan slumped to the ground powerlessly. He was both physically and mentally exhausted. When he saw the system notifications, though, joy bloomed in his heart. The instant he was promoted to Tier 2, his basic attributes and physique improved significantly. Even if he wore secret silver equipment, he could easily take out a Tier 2 lord. This was the frightening part of Tier 2 classes. Their strength was on an entirely different level compared to Tier 1 classes. Moreover, because the Blade Saint class was one of the 10 Great Saint classes, his Tier 2 boost was even greater than normal classes. Normally, hidden classes only provided some extra basic attributes. On the other hand, the Blade Saint class provided an extra 10% to his physique. In the past, Xiaofan could have been considered an expert, yet during his Tier 2 promotion quest, he had only cleared the hard mode difficulty. Now, however, he had completed the Asura mode Tier 2 promotion quest. The difference between his present and past self was like heaven and earth. In God's domain, expert players attempted to complete higher difficulty promotion quests due to the potential rewards. This was especially true when it came to legacy skill points. Normally, players only obtained one legacy skill point every 3 levels. One could also obtain some by completing special quests. However, these special quests were extremely rare, and they didn't award many legacy skill points. Accumulating legacy skill points was typically very difficult. Depending on the promotion quest's difficulty, it would award a different number of legacy skill points. In the past, Xiaofan had only received 20 legacy skill points after completing his hard mode promotion quest, yet he had received 60 points after completing this Asura mode quest. The additional 40 points were the equivalent of 120 levels. After including the points he had accumulated previously, Xiaofan now had a total of 72 legacy skill points. He could easily learn several powerful Tier 2 legacy skills. There sure are a lot of Tier 2 legacy skills unlocked. Xiaofan's eyes shone as he opened the legacy skill menu. When he had been Tier 1, he had only had 6 Tier 2 legacy skills available. Now, however, he had 17 Tier 2 skills to choose from. However, Tier 2 skills required far more legacy skill points to unlock. Even the most ordinary skill cost 6 points to unlock. That was 3 times more than ordinary Tier 1 skills. Among the 17 Tier 2 skills, 11 required 6 points to unlock. Among the remaining 6, 2 were Tier 2 Berserk skills, 1 was an option to upgrade Blade Liberation to Tier 2, and another was called Blade Awakening. These 2 Berserk skills each had their own specialties. Blade Liberation improved the user's basic attributes. As for Blade Awakening, although it provided a much lower bonus to the user's basic attributes, the skill improved the user's physique. Both were undoubtedly precious. As Xiaofan had already learned Blade Liberation, he didn't have to spend as many points to upgrade it to Tier 2, only requiring 20 legacy skill points. Blade Awakening, on the other hand, required 40 points. Most players wouldn't have 40 points even after completing their Tier 2 promotion. Only someone like him, who had cleared the Asura mode promotion quest, could possibly afford such an expenditure. Without hesitation, Xiaofan learned both Berserk skills, spending all 60 legacy skill points he just earned instantly. Legacy Berserk skills were extremely rare even among hidden classes. Not many hidden classes possessed such skills. Moreover, legacy Berserk skills could stack with non-legacy Berserk skills. They were must-have legacy skills as they could save his life during crucial moments. Blade Liberation had already saved his life many times. He had decided to spend the points to upgrade it due to how much time it took to increase his proficiency with the skill. He did not have the time to wait for the skill to reach Tier 2. As for Blade Awakening, needless to say, an additional Berserk skill was an additional trump card. Although Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening couldn't be used at the same time, they were interchangeable, further increasing his survivability. Blade Liberation, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 2, Proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 7 hours. Blade Awakening, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 2, Proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Improves the player's attributes and physique for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 7 hours. Aside from these 2 Berserk skills, Xiaofan spent his remaining legacy skill points to unlock Shadow Blade, a skill that needed exactly 12 points. Shadow Blade, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 2, Proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/30,000. Every attack can invoke shadows to attack the target. Every shadow possesses 120% of user's strength and causes 100% darkness damage. Accumulate 1 shadow every 3 seconds. Can hold a maximum of 9 shadows. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Although it was not as powerful as a sure kill skill, it had its own power in how often it could be used. Now that I've finished learning my skills, I should head back and deal with my Tier 2 promotion procedures. Xiaofan was quite satisfied with the Tier 2 skills he had learned. Without waiting for his weakened state to end, he impatiently activated the teleportation array in the Moon God's temple and left the Dark Canyon. Although he had already completed his promotion quest, he wouldn't officially be a Tier 2 class and wouldn't have access to the privileges that came with it until he updated his status in the Adventurers Association. Only after becoming a Tier 2 class officially would he have crossed the new milestone. Chapter 13-17, White River City Promoted. White River City, Teleportation Hall. Shortly after Xiaofan arrived in the teleportation hall, the system notified him of a communication request from Blackie. Guild leader, you're back. Have you completed your promotion quest? Blackie asked eagerly. Only a few people in the guild knew that Xiaofan had challenged his promotion quest. Blackie was one of those people. Currently, Tier 2 was still an unknown realm to players like him. Moreover, Xiaofan had constantly told them that only by reaching Tier 2 would they emerge in God's domain as a true adventurer player. Tier 1 was only a warm-up phase to help them familiarize themselves with the game's combat. Unlike the Tier 1 promotion, not every player would complete their Tier 2 promotion. The fact that Xiaofan's class was a hidden class meant that his Tier 2 promotion quest would be all the more difficult. Although Blackie trusted Xiaofan's strength, the guild leader had previously mentioned that he would need at least 5 days to complete his quest. However, Xiaofan had emerged long before those 5 days were up. Hence, Blackie was surprised to see his friend so soon. I just need to register with the Adventurers Association, Xiaofan said, nodding. But since you've contacted me, has something urgent happened? Yesterday, a particular group of people showed up in the battle arena, and they've been challenging various experts constantly. Even now, those players are undefeated. They even defeated the previous champion. The group then issued a public challenge against Zero Wings experts. But we've run out of qualified experts already, Blackie awkwardly explained. Run out of qualified experts? Xiaofan asked, did you lose as well? Emicham. The group's assassin defeated me. That player was too fast. Even I had trouble keeping up with him. Eventually, the assassin whittled me down, Blackie said reluctantly. This is interesting. Do you know their in-game IDs? Xiaofan asked curiously. Blackie might not have much combat talent, but after training for so long, he had become extraordinarily strong. With his powerful weapon and equipment, ordinary peak experts should not be a match for Blackie, yet he had been defeated. Clearly, their opponents couldn't be underestimated. The assassin must be a well-known expert in God's domain. We only found out one of their IDs. You've met the player before. It's that evil fire kid that fought in the friendly competition. His in-game ID is also Evil Fire. He's the group's leader. As for the others, they've been wearing black cloaks, keeping their names hidden, Blackie said. Evil Fire? No matter how hard Xiaofan racked his mind, he couldn't remember an expert named Evil Fire from the past. However, the fact that even Evil Fire's companions could defeat Blackie proved that they weren't a bunch of noobs. I got it. Notify Aqua and have her deal with the group for now. I'll head over once I'm done here. Understood. Blackie then disconnected the call and contacted Aqua Rose. Meanwhile, Xiaofan rode an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Adventurers Association. As more leveling maps were discovered around the White River City region, the Adventurers Association had become one of the 4 most frequented spots in White River City. Countless players gathered in the association every day to pick up quests that increased their reputation with the association and offered high rewards. Upon entering the splendorous building, Xiaofan was greeted by the sight of long lines of players queuing up for the quest counters. Plenty of players also loitered as they formed parties or drank and chatted in the association's bar. Among these players, there were quite a few level 40 expert players wearing impressive equipment. Even the most inferior piece these experts wore was level 40 secret silver equipment, with the majority being level 40 fine gold equipment. Normally, one only encountered such a commotion in the Adventurers Associations in Empire's capitals. The quests in the Eclipse Gate this time are awesome. Did you know, my party made a huge profit from a single quest. It's a pity that the team from the Rhine Kingdom snatched the rare herb stalks. Otherwise, every member of our party would have earned at least 50 silver coins. That much? Of course. The Eclipse Gate is awesome. You can easily find rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the monsters provide above-average EXP. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that some teams even got their hands on energy essence. It can nurture guild mounts. Several guilds are offering to purchase energy essence in bulk. I hear that each essence can sell for 45 silver. If we can grind 10 a day, after including other random loot, each of our party members can earn 1 gold per day. Is the Eclipse Gate really that good? We have an expert leading our party, and we're doing quite well, but even then, we're only making around 30 silver per day. Who knows how long it will take me to save up for a mount? You sure are lucky. At this rate, you should be able to buy a mount within a month, right? Hee hee. Didn't I already ask you to join my party? If you do, you can get your own mount within a month, too. The majority of the players in the hall were talking about the Eclipse Gate. They all yearned to head to the Eclipse Gate and earn enough money to buy a mount as soon as possible. At this stage of the game, plenty of powerful elite players had already reached level 40. It was only a matter of time before mainstream players reached level 40 as well. After reaching level 40, mounts would become the dividing factor between ordinary players and elites. The difference in leveling efficiency between players with mounts and players without would be as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, thanks to mounts, players could explore further within a certain amount of time. This, in turn, would increase players' daily income. In God's domain, ores and herbs weren't concentrated to specific locations. However, they weren't usually found near cities. Hence, a player's daily income largely depended on how much distance they could cover in a given time. As the majority of players hadn't obtained their mounts yet, distant locations would have less competition. As a result, players could obtain even more profit. The sooner one obtained a mount, the sooner they could pull ahead of the pack and enjoy more resources. One could say that mounts were irreplaceable in determining how fast players leveled up and increased their strength. Hearing the players in the hall talk about the Eclipse Gate, Xiaofan understood why so many level 40 and above players had gathered in the Adventurers Association. According to his original estimates, White River City still needed at least 10 days before it could be promoted. However, he had never imagined that White River City would fulfill that requirement while he had been in the Dark Canyon. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. With a high-resource map like the Eclipse Gate, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its development in White River City. They could send a large group of players to the Eclipse Gate to level up instead of crowding in the limited, high-resource maps in the White River City region. In addition, guild members could level up far more quickly at the Eclipse Gate. Most importantly, however, this was a huge opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. The Eclipse Gate's outer area might be bearable for most players, but the farther players ventured, the more severe the environment would become. At the same time, players would encounter more resources and bosses. The drop rate for energy essence would also increase. If players wanted to obtain these resources easily, they first needed to increase their ice and fire resistance. After activating the Eclipse Gate, Starmoon Kingdom descended into madness in the past as players delved farther into the area. The various large guilds had frantically purchased various potions and equipment that increased ice and fire resistance. These items' prices had inflated crazily. When they appeared in the market for a reasonable price, they were purchased instantly. Shortly after Xiaofan reached the Adventurers Association's second-floor VIP lounge, an elegant NPC senior administrator entered the room. "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" the middle-aged man asked Xiaofan respectfully. "I wish to complete my Tier 2 promotion procedures," Xiaofan quietly announced. Chapter 13-18, SSS-Rank Reward. When the NPC administrator heard that Xiaofan was there to complete his Tier 2 promotion procedures, he retrieved a crystal ball and placed it atop the table. "Lord Protector, we need to test your power first. Please place your hands on the crystal ball," the administrator said respectfully. Without hesitation, Xiaofan did as he was instructed. Although the system would upgrade players' attributes and physique once they completed their Tier 2 promotion quest, players wouldn't get access to all of the Tier 2 benefits right off the bat. Players first needed to register and get themselves tested at the Adventurers Association. Only after proving that they had completed their promotion quest would players be recognized officially as Tier 2 players. As Xiaofan placed his hands on the crystal ball, golden sparkles flew from the orb. "It is confirmed that your physique has reached the Tier 2 standard. Lord Protector, please follow me." The administrator nodded after confirming Xiaofan's upgrade. He then led Xiaofan out the lounge's back door. Xiaofan wasn't particularly surprised. The crystal ball was only a tool to check whether a player's physique had reached Tier 2 without the bonus of weapons or equipment. The next part was key and would determine what kind of benefits players received after reaching Tier 2. Only after players had officially obtained their Tier 2 class would they be recognized as an adventurer in God's domain and qualify to receive personal commissions. This was one of the major differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. To independent players, this gap would determine how successful they would be in God's domain. The administrator led Xiaofan to the Adventurers Association's arena. The arena wasn't particularly large, with less than a 30-yard radius. However, numerous magic arrays enveloped the arena, and dense mana choked the area. Xiaofang's weakened state even subsided temporarily, his attributes recovering to their peak. "Lord Protector, we will test your strength next to determine which rank you can reach. This will also help determine which commissions are most suitable for you. Please display your strongest abilities," the administrator explained. "All right. Let's begin." Xiaofan nodded. This wasn't the first time he had taken the test. After officially becoming a Tier 2 player, players could accept private commissions from the Adventurers Association. There were many Tier 2 commissioned quests. However, players could only accept a limited number of such quests each week. This limit was relative to one's adventurer rank. To put it simply, the stronger one was, the more quests they could accept. They could also accept more difficult quests. The first strength assessment was the most convenient for players when they became high-ranking adventurers. If one wished to raise their adventurer rank later, they would have to fulfill certain conditions first, and doing so would take a considerable amount of time. Even after completing their promotion quests, many players in the past had chosen to train for some time before taking their first strength assessment. Overall, 6 ranks divided adventurer players: Bronze, Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, Dark Gold, and Epic. Once mainstream players reached level 50, players would start determining strength based on this adventurer rank. This was just like how players judged each other's combat standards based on their achievements in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. However, unlike the Trial Tower, which only judged one's combat techniques, the adventurer ranks were determined by a player's overall strength. Commission quests would also vary based on players' adventurer ranks. Bronze rank adventurers could accept F rank and E rank commissions, mysterious iron adventurers could accept up to D rank commissions, secret silver up to C rank, fine gold up to B rank, and dark gold up to A rank. Meanwhile, epic adventurers could accept all commissions, including kingdom-level quests and S-rank commissions. There was no limit to the number of people who could qualify for the first 5 ranks. However, each kingdom could only have a maximum of 10 epic adventurers. Once these 10 slots had been filled, players who wanted to rise to this rank needed to pass the epic rank assessment. The Adventurers Association would also hold a competition each month. In this competition, players that passed the epic assessment could challenge any one of the 10 reigning epic adventurers. If they won, they would take that person's place. The epic adventurer that lost would be demoted to dark gold rank. If the challenger failed, however, they would have to wait another month before issuing another challenge. In the past, the names on this short list had changed practically every month, aside from those monster-like players. By becoming an epic adventurer, players received the highest benefits the Adventurers Association had to offer. They could accept the highest number and difficulty of Tier 2 commissions. This was why Xiaofan had rushed to the Adventurers Association as soon as he had completed his quest. 3 SSS-Rank commission quests would be available in every kingdom's Adventurers Association in the beginning. Once these quests were accepted, they would no longer be available. Even if the player that accepted the quest failed it, no other players could pick up the quest. Moreover, these quests offered astonishing rewards. The rewards of these first 3 SSS-Rank quests could practically rival that of legendary quests. Fortunately, these 3 SSS-Rank quests weren't as difficult as legendary quests, they were roughly on par with epic quests. This was a kind of bonus offered to the players who became epic adventurers before the rest of the player population. By the time Xiaofan had completed his Tier 2 promotion quest in the past, plenty of players had already obtained their Tier 2 class. However, none of those players had become epic adventurers. Even the most powerful player in Star Moon Kingdom had only achieved fine gold rank. Only after some time had someone reached epic rank and discovered the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests. However, Xiaofan had only reached secret silver rank. He had watched enviously as others got to challenge the SSS-Rank quests. But he was much stronger than his past self. He had to try for epic rank. As Xiaofan reached the arena center, the senior administrator activated a magic array. The instant the magic array activated, a humanoid monster appeared before Xiaofan. The monster wore pitch-black armor, and through the monster's helmet, Xiaofan saw glowing, blood-red eyes staring right at him. Dark Knight, Illusion, Lord. Level 53. HP 200000/20000000. Lord Protector, you may begin, the administrator said. As a Tier 2 strength assessment, Xiaofan needed to be capable of taking down a Tier 2 monster at the very least. If he couldn't even kill a Tier 2 monster, he would not qualify to become a Tier 2 class. As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Xiaofan took a step forward and vanished. Void steps. Compared to Xiaofang's previous status as a Tier 1 player, his physique was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 20 yards and appeared beside the Dark Knight, the abyssal blade in his hand lightly slicing at the monster. Shadow Blade. Before the Dark Knight could defend itself, 9 pitch-black sword lights descended on it. Immediately, the Dark Knight's HP fell rapidly. -11,049. -10,918. -21,849. Suddenly, the Dark Knight lost nearly 1/10 of its HP. Only now did the Dark Knight react and brandished its greatsword at Xiaofan. Cross slash. 2 slashes crisscrossed as they flew at Xiaofan. However, rather than dodge, Xiaofan countered the attack with a simple swing with Killing Ray. Boom! Xiaofan instantly sliced apart the Dark Knight's cross slash. The swordsman's momentum didn't slow in the slightest as it struck the Dark Knight's helmet. The strike forced the monster to retreat by 3 steps. The difference between the opponent's strength was obvious. There was simply no comparison. In less than 30 seconds, the Dark Knight transformed into particles of black light and disappeared. From beginning to end, it hadn't even been able to counterattack. Congratulations, Lord Protector. You have passed the bronze rank assessment and officially become a Tier 2 Sword Master. Do you wish to continue the strength assessment? The NPC administrator congratulated. Continue. Xiaofan roared. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Lord Protector, if you wish to continue, I must warn you, the administrator said as he adjusted the magic array and created another Dark Knight. The last test was only meant to determine if you have reached the Tier 2 standard. The following tests will determine your rank as an adventurer. This will also determine the rank of the commission quests you'll be allowed to accept. The next tests will be far more difficult. If the Dark Knight kills you inside the magic array, your soul will be damaged, and you will suffer a weakened state for some time. Moreover, the stronger the Dark Knight is, the longer the weakened state will last. Are you sure you wish to continue? Continue. Xiaofan answered without hesitation. He was very familiar with the consequences. The bronze assessment was the lowest rank for Tier 2 players. The following assessments were the real challenge. Completing the Tier 2 promotion quest was already difficult. Most experts were only capable of passing the Mysterious Iron assessment. One could say that the Mysterious Iron assessment was a dividing line between expert and elite players. As soon as Xiaofan gave his answer, the administrator injected a stream of mana into the Dark Knight. Immediately, the Dark Knight's eyes released a bright, red glow, its aura growing stronger. Dark Knight, Illusion, Lord. Level 53. HP 3000000/3000000. This time, rather than wait for Xiaofan to attack, the Dark Knight took the initiative to use charge at Xiaofan. Upon arriving before Xiaofan, the Dark Knight swung its silver greatsword. This Dark Knight was far superior to the last in both speed and strength. Boom! As it landed, the greatsword created a crack in the ground that extended for over 10 yards. However, this frightening, destructive power hadn't hit Xiaofan. The silver greatsword had only landed beside Xiaofan's feet. Meanwhile, a blue longsword pierced through the Dark Knight's heart, causing a critical damage of -25,274. The crimson radiance from within the Dark Knight's helmet brightened. Tightening its grip on its greatsword, the Dark Knight twisted as it swung its weapon horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the arena. The abyssal blade had stopped the silver greatsword in its tracks, holding it away from Xiaofan. Meanwhile, the sacred sword in Xiaofan's other hand descended on the Dark Knight once more. Xiaofan had easily been capable of killing a lord of the same level when he had been a Tier 1 player. Now that he had been promoted to a Tier 2 Sword Master, killing such an opponent would be a piece of cake. In less than a minute, the Mysterious Iron rank Dark Knight faded into particles of black light and disappeared. Another Dark Knight quickly took its place. However, this monster was slightly different. Instead of a great sword, it wielded 2 double-edged axes. Its aura was also far more violent. Dark Warrior, Illusion, High Lord. Level 53. HP 4000000/4000000. Lord Protector, do you wish to continue? The administrator asked again. Continue. Xiaofan nodded. He was very familiar with the Dark Warrior before him. When he had become a Tier 2 player in his previous life, he had faced this Dark Warrior during his first assessment. Afterward, he had spent a lot of time and effort to improve his weapons, equipment, and techniques before he had defeated the Dark Warrior and became a secret silver adventurer. As Xiaofan declared his intent, the Dark Warrior roared and dashed towards Xiaofan like a wild beast. When only 10 yards separated the two combatants, the Dark Warrior threw one of its axes at Xiaofan. An explosion shook the arena as the axe tore through the air, flying straight for Xiaofan's heart. Death throw. Immediately after, the Dark Warrior raised its other axe before pushing off of the ground. The monster shot forward like a bullet and followed closely behind the axe it had thrown. It was clear that the Dark Warrior intended to take advantage of the moment Xiaofan dodged its axe to strike. In terms of combat techniques, the Dark Warrior was undoubtedly stronger than the prior Dark Knights. Only, before the thrown axe could reach Xiaofan, a blue streak of light struck the weapon and sent it flying off course. The Dark Warrior was stunned. Xiaofan then used his abyssal blade to block the Dark Warrior's axe. Meanwhile, with Killing Ray now unoccupied, Xiaofan lightly slashed the sacred sword across the monster's massive form, leaving behind one deep furrow after another on the latter's armor. This, the senior administrator, who watched quietly from a safe position, was stunned. He hadn't been surprised to see Xiaofan overwhelm the Lord-ranked Dark Knights with his strength. However, Xiaofan achieved the same feat against a High Lord of the same level. To Xiaofan, however, this was only a matter of course. Currently, he wielded numerous epic items as well as 2 fragmented legendary items. He also had the Blade Saint class, one of the 10 great saint classes. If his strength couldn't rival that of a High Lord of the same level after reaching Tier 2, that would be strange. According to Xiaofan's estimates, his current strength and speed should be equal, if not close, to a great lord of the same level. Even without using his skills, he could easily deal with a High Lord of the same level. Only, it would take some time to finish off his opponent. After a minute and a half, without suspense, Xiaofan defeated the Dark Warrior. Then, the fine gold rank Dark Warrior appeared. It was similarly a High Lord, though it possessed a few more skills than the secret silver rank Dark Warrior. Its basic attributes were also slightly superior, and its combat standards could rival a player who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It also had 5 million HP. In the past, only a handful of Star Moon Kingdom's players had defeated this terrifying monster in their first assessment. However, against Xiaofan, who had an advantage in terms of strength, speed, and techniques, the Dark Warrior only lasted 2 minutes before collapsing to the ground. As the fine gold rank Dark Warrior died, a Dark General wielding a spear took its place. The Dark General also had a long sword hanging from its waist. Dark General, Illusion, Great Lord. Level 53. HP 6000000/6000000. This was the gatekeeper that had prevented every player in Star Moon Kingdom from becoming a Dark Gold adventurer during their first assessment. Come, Xiaofan invited the Dark General as he activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. This time, Xiaofan chose to use his doppelganger to distract the Dark General while he dealt damage from the sides. Although his doppelganger lost some HP each time it blocked an attack, the Dark General lost HP at a much faster rate. Eventually, when the doppelganger was almost out of HP, both Xiaofan and his doppelganger used Flame Burst. After receiving 30 devastating strikes, the Dark General lost of its remaining HP. With its final struggle, the Dark General took Xiaofan's doppelganger with it the grave. As the Dark General disappeared, the magic array covering the arena went berserk as it devoured mana from its surroundings and diverted it to the center of the arena. Gradually, a 3-meter-tall knight decked out in golden armor and dual-wielding 2 crimson greatswords formed. King of Darkness, Illusion, Grand Lord. Level 53. HP 8000000/8000000. Although Xiaofan had known about the epic assessment's difficulty, he was a little shocked as he met the King of Darkness for the first time. Were this not an assessment, but an actual Grand Lord of the same level, he could simply turn tail and run. After all, a Grand Lord's HP and battle recovery alone were enough to overwhelm him. After Xiaofan rested, he started the challenge. Immediately, the King of Darkness waved its 2 great swords. 3 level 53, Lord rank Dark Knights then appeared by its side. Though, unlike the previous Dark Knights, these only had 800,000 HP each. However, as these Dark Knights died, the King of Darkness could summon them again. Moreover, each Dark Knight's death would heal the King of Darkness for 400,000 HP. To ordinary players, the King of Darkness was an unreasonable opponent. However, Xiaofan had prepared for this fight. Immediately, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a dark swamp that trapped the King of Darkness and the Dark Knights. But contrary to Xiaofan's expectation, Abyssal Curse hadn't decreased the King of Darkness's attributes. Xiaofan no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. His strength attribute instantly surpassed that of the King of Darkness. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the Grand Lord. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragons Slash. His doppelganger also activated Instant Strike the moment it appeared, its attack speed and damage skyrocketing. Xiaofan and his doppelganger then launched a barrage of attacks at the King of Darkness. Xiaofan dealt over -90,000 damage with each strike, -200,000 with a critical hit. As for his doppelganger, it dealt nearly -80,000 damage. Sword lights descended on the King of Darkness like rain, the Grand Lord's HP vanished at a rate visible to the naked eye. In 3 short seconds, the King of Darkness's HP fell to 50%. It raged as it broke free from Abyssal Curse's binding, brandishing its twin greatswords. In response, Xiaofan cast Abyssal Bind on the King of Darkness, not giving the Grand Lord a chance to counterattack. Although Abyssal Bind couldn't restrict the King of Darkness for 4 full seconds, Xiaofan only needed 1 or 2 seconds. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. Dragon Breath. Flame God's Fury. One skill after another mercilessly collided with the King of Darkness. Once the Grand Lord had 1/3 of its HP, any additional damage Xiaofan dealt caused a part of its golden armor to turn black. At the same time, the Grand Lord's aura seemed to grow stronger. The 9 pitch-black chains that bound the King of Darkness began to shatter. It was obvious that the King of Darkness had a passive skill that boosted its attributes as it lost HP. The King of Darkness was already life-threatening. The Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power even shocked Xiaofan. When the King of Darkness was nearly free from its bindings, Xiaofan and his doppelganger used Flame Burst simultaneously. 4 miniature suns illuminated the arena. Although the King of Darkness eventually freed itself and blocked some of the 30 devastating strikes, each of Xiaofan's strikes that hit dealt over -200,000 damage, -400,000 for critical hits. Even though the Grand Lord had blocked a fraction of the attacks, Xiaofan finished off the King of Darkness by the time Flame Burst ended. As the King of Darkness died, the sound of a system notification reached Xiaofan's ears. System, congratulations. You have become Star Moon Kingdom's first epic rank adventurer. Your name will be known throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Please retrieve your reward from the Adventurers Association's association leader. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.